The world is watching what has happened in Israel and the global support is growing. Biden has dialed Israeli Prime Minister, says stand with Israel, has ordered the American ships and warplanes closer to Israel. Zelensky, Ukrainian president, has said that we stand in solidarity with Israel. Rishi Sunak, UK president, Emmanuel Macron, French Prime Minister president, rally behind Israel. So you can see that at this point that the world, specifically the Western nations, have taken a call and they have decided to stand in solidarity and support with Israel right now. So it's the third day with regard to the bloodshedding that's taken place between Israel and Hamas terrorists. The support is pouring in for Israel from across the world amid this war with Hamas terrorists. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and other world leaders have condemned the terror attack on Israel. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Sunday spoke to Ukrainian President Zelensky as well as to German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni and British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak too. All world leaders expressing unreserved support and totally together this time for Israel and its right to defend itself. But remember, this is not just about Israel. As these visuals are coming in Israel were people of different ethnicities and nationalities. The bloody assault that was unleashed in Israel, the preliminary reports are indicating at least 4 American citizens have also lost their life after Hamas terror group launched this attack. Several US citizens have been, we are being told, reportedly taken hostage too. United States has alleged that this is a sabotage plan behind Hamas attack. Blinken further added that major motivation for Hamas attack on Israel may have been disrupting a potential normalizing recently of Israel-Saudi Arabia ties.
Right now, the focus is on dealing with this attack, dealing with Hamas. And we'll come to the normalization efforts, which, by the way, are incredibly difficult when it comes to Saudi Arabia and Israel. Lots of hard issues to work through. But if we could get there, that would significantly advance stability in the region. It would offer so many greater prospects for people in all of these countries. And there are basically 2 paths that are before the region right now. One is the path of normalization, of integration, of people working together. The other path is what we've seen from Hamas: terrorism, horror, and something that offers not only nothing to people throughout the region, it offers nothing to the Palestinians. On the contrary, everything that Hamas does makes their situation, their plight, even worse. They bring nothing but death and destruction.
This is a developing story and a horrifying one that the situation could escalate in the next few days, and we'll be tracking all the latest on that, and we'll get you the expert views from the ground as well, and our colleagues will be on the ground in Israel too. I'm heading into a very short break. I want to get you some other news as well. With the World Cup that has started, it was an opener match for India, and India has managed to beat Australia by 6 wickets in their World Cup opener. KL Rahul, Virat Kohli played the vital knock to take India home. Remember, it didn't look easy for India at all when the Indian side started to bat. After a break, I'll get you the details on that.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a B&P Group company.
Okay, I'm going to take some time playing on this particular setup. Kind of interesting. I want to see whether it can actually replace a PlayStation console-like setup. That's what Apple promises. We'll know in the coming weeks and months. Another thing that I usually spend a lot of time on is YouTube. There's a lot of cool things you can do, but I honestly think if you were to do a survey about what content or what type of content Indians were watching, they'd say it was Tech Today across the multiverse, and especially when we do put out our content on YouTube. But that's just me saying it, and I have vested interests. I think it'll be very important to hear what YouTube India has to say in the upcoming special report.
The fact is, Shan, that all these content creators are here is the reason, why India loves watching video content on YouTube. But tell me, what has made news in India? What do Indians love to watch?
I'm probably stating the obvious over here, Karishma, but Indians love to watch video. And we think one of those reasons is because of our deep-rooted history in cinema and in music. But we also think it's because video as a format transcends literary barriers. You don't need to be able to read and write English or Hindi in order to be able to consume video. So we're seeing that video is very often the first port of call for Indians who are seeking out information or entertainment. The other thing that has changed is that technology has now made it easy for anyone to create content. And so that's blurring the lines between who a viewer is and who a creator is. And that is breathing new life into existing content genres that have been on YouTube for a long time. Gaming, cooking, tech, beauty, for example. But it's also leading to the creation of new content genres. One is an interest in a revival in the interest in culture. So we have poetry and Hindi shairi, which is becoming a big community. We see communities forming around science, general knowledge, facts, motivation. And of course, learning has been an evergreen area for us where people come to YouTube to learn about academic content, vocational content, as well as hobby-related content. But the other thing that's very interesting is languages and the impact that that's playing. Today, you can find content and music on YouTube, but not just in English, Hindi, and other major languages, but across, for example, in music, Haryanvi, Bhojpuri, or Punjabi. And if you're looking for content in specific dialects from Kottayam or Rajamundry or Madurai, it's all available on YouTube today. And in fact, we recently did a study with Oxford Economics, which found that 80% of users believe that they can easily find content in their preferred language on YouTube.
Well, like I said at the start of the show, this particular episode is packed to the brim with quality content, just like a Mumbai local. If you didn't get that reference, well, I take it back. But what I'm trying to tell you is there's so much more in the second half of the show. So I'll see you on the other side of a commercial break.
India begin their World Cup campaign with a 6-wicket victory over Australia at the Chepauk Stadium. KL Rahul and Virat Kohli's 165-run partnership helped the men in blue to recover from the early jolts and chase down the target with ease. Here's how the match planned out, and a lot of highlights and clearly a thrill to watch. Take a look.
In front of a packed Chepauk Stadium, the Aussies won the toss and elected to bat.
We're going to bat. Yeah, it looks like a good wicket. But I can promise
Out came the duo of Mitch Marsh and David Warner to bat on a dry and tricky wicket. But Marsh's stay was cut short by a splendid catch from Virat Kohli. The crowd erupted and the hosts had their first wicket of the match. The experienced pair of David Warner and Steve Smith mixed caution with aggression to get the scoreboard ticking. But just when the partnership was beginning to blossom, Kuldeep Yadav gave India the perfect breakthrough. Jadeja then compounded the woes for the Aussies by striking thrice in 2 overs. Smith, Labuschagne and Carey all falling victim to the wily left-armer.
they think there's something. Finger goes up again.
The Aussies folded for a total much lower than one had expected, and it was all down to a brilliant effort with the ball from the Indians.
Safe hands.
Despite there being no scoreboard pressure, Ishan Kishan slashed it a full-length delivery only to find the fielder at first slip.
For Mitchell Stark.
Chepauk was stunned into silence when skipper Rohit Sharma got wrapped in the pads by Josh Hazlewood. Kohli then combined with KL Rahul to steady the ship for the Indian team.
He does it again.
Both got to their 50s as India went past the 100-run mark, but half the job was yet to be done.
Sets him apart.
The chase master put the pressure back on the Aussies and was looking good for another 3-digit score, but fell short of it. He departed at 85 as the crowd rose to give him a standing ovation.
Under pressure for your country, 85 of 116.
Instead, it's a win.
The finishing touches were provided by KL Rahul and Hardik Pandya as India cruised to victory in their first match of the World Cup.
On that note, I'm wrapping up this bulletin for now. Thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned. Our big political stories continue right after, and specifically the Israel-Palestine issue continues.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
So how does AI diagnostics really work? Which are the machines that are being used to predict how well you're really going to be? Now, India today visited some of these labs across the country that are predicting how well you will be in the near future. They are doing these scans and these tests, studying data, and data analytics really is at the heart of predictive analysis. Take a look at this report.
Cervical cancer develops in a woman's cervix, that's the entrance to the uterus from the vagina. Almost all cervical cancer cases, that's 99% of them, are linked to infection with high-risk human papillomaviruses or HPV, an extremely common virus transmitted through sexual contact. It can be easily prevented as it has a long precancerous phase, which can be detected if women screen themselves regularly. Screening for cervical cancer using colposcopy. During a colposcopy, the doctor closely studies the cervix with a colposcope, a special magnifying instrument with a bright light that allows for quick and accurate diagnosis. AI-based dual fluorescent colposcope, which uses blue light in addition to regular light, increases visibility and accurately identifies early stages of cancer. This is a highly sensitive screening tool. The AI-powered machine for its early analysis for leukemia is AI100, the flagship product of Sigtuple, an Indian firm that builds AI-powered software to analyze medical imaging data.
Our first product, it's called AI100 with Shonit. AI100 is the digital microscope, automated digital microscope, which is also AI-driven. And Shonit is the AI-driven analyzer for blood smears. These blood smears are reviewed to detect various kind of disorders like blood cancers, different types of infections, anemias, and so on and so forth. So the Shonit actually automatically detects the different types of cells in blood, the white blood cells, red blood cells, platelets, and categorizes them into different classes and subclasses, normal and abnormal, and presents that result to the pathologist for review remotely.
The Delhi-headquartered Dr. Dang Lab is mastering allergy diagnostics. They've introduced Allergenius DX, an advanced molecular allergy diagnostics test utilizing cutting-edge microarray technology and nanoparticles. Priced at about 25,000 rupees, this test can accurately detect potential allergies to 163 common allergens and analyze 300 components of various allergens. With the introduction of Allergenius DX powered by AI.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Co-powered by Honda Elevate, you are the chase. Tira, for every you. Myntra, it's dress-up season.
Good morning and welcome to the First Up. I'm Pooja Shale. Israel-Hamas war remains our top story through the morning. Let's begin first with the headlines. It's day 3 of the bloody assault on Israel. Israel amping up attack against Gaza terror, and over 370 terrorists in the hideouts killed in Gaza. Over 100 people have been held hostage by Hamas terrorists. Horrifying images emerge of family members, children held hostage, even girls being taken away by Hamas extremists. The world is watching. The world's leaders have condemned the strikes on Israeli soil. US President Joe Biden dulls Netanyahu. UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, French President Emmanuel Macron, Ukrainian President Zelensky rally behind Israel. US calls Hamas attacks to sabotage Israel-America talks. Israel soldiers held hostage. US citizens reportedly also are dead in these attacks. In other news, it's the World Cup opener match between India-Australia, where India has emerged victorious by 6 wickets in their World Cup opener. KL Rahul, Virat Kohli played the vital knock to take India home. It's a big day for domestic politics. Assembly election dates are likely to be announced today afternoon. Remember, there are different states that are heading for states. Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Telangana and Mizoram election dates will be announced today according to our sources. We are being told that likely for now, according to our information, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Mizoram, Telangana will be in one phase. Chhattisgarh could be in 2 phases. Remember that once the dates are announced today, and we'll of course be cutting live to that, election code will kick in right after from there on. By the end of this year, that means in the next 2 to 3 months, we are expecting assembly election dates to take place. Let me bring in now my colleague Aishwarya Paliwal from the National Capital, Delhi, closely tracks the Election Commission. Aishwarya, good morning. So remember, it's going to be these are important states and we'll be expecting their dates today afternoon. What are you expecting? What time are you hearing that the announcement could be made? And what about the phases that these states could have their elections in?
Hi, good morning, Pooja. Let me tell you, from what we understand, the announcement will be at 12 o'clock today. Chhattisgarh, from what we are gathering at the moment, 2 phases. Rajasthan, 1 phase. Madhya Pradesh, 1 phase. Mizoram and Telangana, also 1 phase. And from what we expect, Pooja, anywhere between 20th of November till the first week of December is when all these elections will be held. And we are expecting, the results to be out by about 10th. So this is what we are gathering at the moment. Big 12 o'clock announcement coming out from the Election Commission.
So 12 p.m. Aishwarya Paliwal telling us that announcement will be made. Aishwarya, so Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Mizoram, Telangana, all are crucial states, but specifically Rajasthan will be very interesting because of the internal rift within the Congress. BJP wants to make inroads, while in Madhya Pradesh, Shivraj Singh Chauhan has been there in repeated consecutive years. So there will be anti-incumbency that the BJP is fighting, and the Congress wants to get Madhya Pradesh as well. Other parties are also jumping in. So can we say that there are, of course, very crucial states now that are heading for assembly polls ahead of 2024?
Well, definitely, Pooja, what people are in fact saying is that this is the big semi-final before the final takes place in the year 2024. So before the big Lok Sabha elections, these results are extremely crucial for the BJP as well as for all the other opposition parties also. We will have to keep a very close eye on, which party is winning these elections. Now, all the political parties also will be very closely tracking that big election commission, PC that will take place at 12 noon today, Pooja.
All right. So because these are also very technical details that will be announced at 12 p.m. and Aishwarya, I'm sure you'll be tracking that live. Do tell us, for the benefit of our viewer, what happens thereon. When the election dates are announced, code will immediately set in. When can we expect the elections to be taking place, as we are already in October and then there's the next 2 months before the year ends?
Well, what we are gathering at the moment, Pooja, is that, anywhere from the second half of November till the first week of December, so within a span of, almost 20 days, we can expect that all these elections will take place. MCC, which is the Model Code of Conduct, Pooja, will kick in from today, which means no announcement will, no political party, no political leader will be able to make any big announcement from today onwards. So that's something that the Election Commission will be keeping a close eye on. Let me also tell you for our viewers, one thing that the Commission now will keep a very close eye on is social media, because that's something that the Commission has been speaking about for quite some time. The kind of campaigning that will now take place on social media will also be on the radar of the Election Commission.
All right, so also what you're mentioning is very important here, Aishwarya. You're talking about social media. Why has it come under the radar? Is it to what political parties, and how will they promote their specific parties? Or could it be about sometimes the misinformation campaigns that the social media is used as a tool for?
Well, fake news, that's something, Pooja, that the Election Commission has been speaking about. A lot of political parties, in fact, parties also do agree that there needs to be a separate law for all the social media platforms, because a lot of fake news, in fact, goes out on social media. The Commission has time and again been speaking with experts, will also be speaking with political parties, making sure that there is no fake news that gets spread, especially during the elections. That's the reason why, from what we are gathering, there will also be teams that will be there looking at all the pages of social media, making sure that political parties do not indulge in fake stories. And also there will be penalties which will be levied just in case political parties or candidates per se are caught, indulging in fake news.
As we continue to be on this big story, Aishwarya, I do have this question, because these are crucial states. Are we looking at in some way how these 4 to 5 states will have their elections, and depending on that, what 2024 looks like?
Obviously, that's the reason why people are saying that this is the big semi-final before the final takes place in the year 2024. We will see how all the opposition parties also fare, because India as an alliance, the alliance of opposition parties, is now keenly, saying, and they are saying that they really want to make sure that they win in the big 2024 elections. So how will the opposition parties fare in these 5 state elections will also give a glimpse of what might come in 2024. That's the reason why these elections are extremely, extremely crucial. And also, we will see the kind of tools being used by the BJP, by all the other parties to make sure that they win these upcoming elections.
Stay on with me, Aishwarya. So that's the big news coming to us this morning. 12 p.m. is going to be the announcement by the Election Commission, and that will be for Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Telangana and Mizoram. 5 states where election dates will be announced. Now, the dates could be different. There could be different phases too. But what happens is, once Election Commission has announced, and it's most likely in the next over month or so, that means election code of conduct immediately puts in place. There will be a procedure. Can you tell us about the code of conduct, Aishwarya, for the residents of these states watching our telecast right now? What does the election code of conduct mean the moment the Election Commission announces the date? So it will most likely be over a month from now, or about a little over from that. What happens when the code of conduct is on?
Well, one of the major things that happens when after the elections are announced is that any kind of policies cannot be announced, especially for the people of these 5 states. So that's something that the political parties and the politicians will now have to keep a very keen eye on. Also, movement of liquor, cash, these are, things that the ECI looks into. So those are the things that the Election Commission will now see. The borders will be very, very closely monitored. So all these are the things that the ECI will now be extremely active at. And if there are candidates, if there are political parties, which do these things, then there will be very heavy penalty that will be levied by the ECI.
All right, so that's the big news on our screens right now, as the 5 states, remember, very crucial. One is being governed by the Congress party, for example, Rajasthan. One is being governed by the Bharatiya Janata Party. These are states where, of course, the party on the opposite ideological divide will want to now get the votes for. And that is why a lot of political war of words are currently on. Telangana is going to be very crucial. BJP wants to make inroads into the southern state of Telangana. KCR has a very strong hold in the southern state, and there has been constant bickering between the Bharatiya Janata Party, Congress and of course the BRS. This is also reflective of what 2024 could look like. Could the regional satraps play a major role, or will it be the big parties like the Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party? Eventually the voter decides. Janata Janardan, that has always been in India's democracy, that those standing in the queue will be the final decision maker. Of course, not talking to what happens as permutations and combinations after, but it's going to be the big 5 state elections, and Aishwarya Paliwal continues to be with us on that. Aishwarya, so at 12 p.m, do you have the list right now? Is it possible that which state will be announced first, or that is a surprise that Election Commission will of course unfold at 12 p.m?
Well, that is something that the ECI will only speak about at about 12, because this is, one of the things that the Election Commission does not let out. And but from what we know is that from the second half of November to the first week of December, this is the information that I can tell you at the moment. This is when the elections will take place in a span of almost 15 days, and we can expect the results to be out anywhere from 8th to that's what we understand at the moment.
Right, so we want to continue to be on this big story. Remember Madhya Pradesh, for example, we're talking about 230 there, BJP 127. This is all reflective, remember, of states that are important for also 2024. These are big states. These are where there is going to be vote bank politics. There's going to be policies that have already been announced. So that's why both the BJP and the Congress specifically are already in a hurry to announce as many policies as they can as and when they will come to power. We're also talking about, for example, in Telangana, the southern state, where it is going to reflect whether BRS continues to hold fort, or could the BJP or the Congress party try and get in. We'll try and get more reporters also from different states on what exactly is happening. Can you take us back, Aishwarya, perhaps to the previous assembly elections that we have had, and at this juncture, how does it look like? Do you see for example, the internal rift of the Congress party in Rajasthan? Could that also make an impact? Is that something the BJP will want to jump in? Congress would want to continue to call BRS as a team B of the BJP. BJP calls BRS as team B of the Congress party. Asaduddin Owaisi has also been attacked by the BJP, because these are constant attacks that are taking place. Eventually, could it also lead to alliances? There will be a lot of deliberations in these very important states.
Well, obviously, Pooja, that's the reason why everyone is very keenly watching, and especially if we talk about the opposition parties. The India Alliance will now have to make sure that they do get good numbers. That's the reason why everyone will so keenly be watching what's taking place. If you remember the last assembly elections, we did say it was the Congress, which had swept majority of these states. Now, will the Congress be able to do so? All these are the questions that are now on the minds of everyone, especially the Bharatiya Janata Party, because now they are seeing this as, in fact, being a big semi-final for the big 2024 elections. Also, how many seats they will be able to take. Does the Modi magic still work? So these are the questions that will be answered, and that's the reason why for Indian politics, these 5 state elections are extremely, extremely crucial.
So stay on with me, Aishwarya, because let's go try and go one by one with regard to the states. I want to start with Madhya Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh is going to be very crucial. We're talking about 230. We are talking about anti-incumbency factor. If there is of Shivraj Singh Chauhan, can the BJP come to power again, or is this a chance that Congress does not want to miss? Let's go across to Heminder Sharma joining me from Bhopal. Heminder, so today is the big day. As much for you to tell you about what the next 1 month is going to look like. What does it right now as a ground situation for Madhya Pradesh look like? Have the policies, the promises already being made by the parties, because they know from today here on they cannot make any promises that can hamper or influence the voter?
Well, exactly. In fact, during the last week or so, we saw a lot of foundation laying ceremonies, politicians trying to reach out to the people, particularly the ruling party, last attempt to get the attention of the voter. The Congress, on the other hand, which is in the opposition in the states, trying to tell the people that this is a last-minute attempt, and had the ruling party been serious, they would have done it during the past 5 years. But that is what happens during the last week or so before the elections are announced. But both parties are staking claim to form the government in Madhya Pradesh. In fact, in 2018, the Congress had won 114 out of 230 seats. They had formed the government. Kamal Nath had formed the government. He had become the chief minister with the support of the SPN, the BSP, and independent MLAs. But the government couldn't last more than 15 months as Jyotiraditya Scindia, he switched sides and helped BJP form government in March 2020. But this time around, the Congress party is saying that they would go to the people and tell how the verdict of the people of Madhya Pradesh was stolen in 2018, because during by-elections, the real contest was not there. During by-elections, it basically boiled down to the Gwalior-Chambal division, which was a stronghold of Jyotiraditya Scindia and Shivraj Jyotiraditya Scindia combined, made an impact and managed to get the by-election results in the favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party. But this time around, the Congress party, hoping that they would be able to form the government once again. The BJP also trying to put its best foot forward. They have fielded 7 sitting MPs and 1 National General Secretary, that is Kailash Vijaywargiya. They are saying that they want to win this election at any cost. BJP is, Madhya Pradesh is the laboratory of the Bharatiya Janata Party, the RSS. Madhya Pradesh, they make all sorts of experiments, but they can't afford to lose Madhya Pradesh at any cost. And that's why they are trying to send across the message that they have put their best foot forward, and everyone who's capable of winning would be fielded.
Stay on with me, because joining me on the phone line is Chhattisgarh's Deputy Chief Minister T.S. Singh Deo, because Chhattisgarh also is bracing for assembly elections. Mr. Deo, what are we expecting today? What do you think will be here on for a month? Because, for example, the Bihar caste census, do you think something like this is going to be reflected on how Chhattisgarh is going to play out its politics? Which party do you think has been attacking each other? In Madhya Pradesh and Congress, both parties are focusing on each other. What are your expectations?
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning to all your viewers. So we have been waiting for the Election Commission to announce the dates for the election. It is coming today. If they're having a press conference, surely they'll be announcing the dates. We are expecting the Congress to come back again on the basis of what we have done. We had 5 years to deliver, and I do feel, not just because I'm part of the government, that we've been able to deliver substantially. So we hope to win. The other issues are always there.
Yes.
What we would like to do in the next 5 years. The caste census is one of the issues. Main issues, I think, are taking care of the people, looking after their expectations, meeting their expectations, taking the state forward. So those would be our targets.
So do you see,
issue would be one of them.
So do you see Chhattisgarh as also a test for India Alliance, or specifically the Congress party in many ways a main player in it, that for Chhattisgarh, for Rajasthan also, if these parties continue to win the next time as well, that could perhaps be a clearance. If it does not, BJP will harp on that India Alliance or the Congress party is not working anymore, especially ahead of 2024 elections.
Certainly the results in these elections would be an indicator of things to come for 2024. And we are hoping for the Congress to do well in all the 5 states, as well as the India Alliance.
My final question, sir, because in Rajasthan we have seen within the Congress party there has been a rift between Sachin Pilot, Ashok Gehlot. Even in Chhattisgarh we have seen with you and the Chief Minister, but in some ways it managed to be resolved, and we see a united image coming in from the Congress party. But do you think that could actually play a role? Is there an anti-incumbency factor that the Congress is alleging for Madhya Pradesh, for Shivraj Singh Chauhan, for the BJP? Don't we see all of that in Chhattisgarh also?
Those things are always there. When you are in government, there are expectations, and you're not able to satisfy every one of them. That is always there. But still, I feel that we have done substantially. So, apart from those issues that we have not been able to satisfy needs of the people, which turns into anti-incumbency, the positives would be far more.
So, which issue do you think has worked for your party in Chhattisgarh that people will vote again for your party?
Farmers, for one. Farmers' issues we have addressed and redressed very strongly. As far as education is concerned, we have come out with English medium schools for the people who are not able to afford private institutions. That has been a very big success. We have come forward with many opportunities for women through self-help groups, empowering them financially, economically. There would be so many things I could mention. It will be a longish list. But it is now for the people to deliver their judgment.
What about the Modi factor, Modi magic, Modi factor, the fact that Prime Minister Modi still holds a lot of support, not just across the country, but in the state of Chhattisgarh as well. Do you think that could play an important role for Chhattisgarh? How will the Congress party, how will your party ensure that that does not play into your state?
The Modi factor is waning, and when state elections are there, we have seen in a number of states that it hasn't come around. It hasn't worked as it seems to be working at the national level. We have seen Bengal, we have seen Bihar, we have seen Himachal, we have seen Karnataka. There would be other states where it hasn't worked. In in the state elections, it is the state factor which matters so much more.
I appreciate you. T.S. Singh Deo joining us on India Today for your words and perspective. Deputy Chief Minister Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh also goes for elections. It's going to be very crucial, a state for the Congress party to hold on to, for Rajasthan as well. These are two states they'll want to continue to return to power, but the BJP is also all guns blazing. Remember, in Chhattisgarh, it's been very interesting. There's been BJP for a long time, then there's been the Congress party. So both parties actually have a very strong hold in Chhattisgarh. Remains to be seen which party, and after here on as the elections take place, will it be a test for India alliance as much ahead of 2024? I want to go back to Madhya Pradesh. So Heminder, I was speaking, as you just heard, to the Deputy Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh. Now, according to him, the Modi factor may not work for a state assembly elections. But for Madhya Pradesh, I've seen that it is Modi magic that is being pushed in. Prime Minister Modi already in the state, already trying to make announcements, already attacking the Congress party that if they come in, so and so will happen. Do you think in Madhya Pradesh, the Modi factor is being used extensively?
Well, the central theme of the BJP, the Bharatiya Janata Party, is Madhya Pradesh ke man mein Modi, Modi ke man mein Madhya Pradesh. So they are pushing this theme. That's their central theme. They are hoping to nullify the anti-incumbency of the BJP government, Shivraj Singh Chauhan government, by the Modi factor. That's what the BJP is hoping for. But that's the anti-incumbency is there because the Bharatiya Janata Party and Shivraj Singh Chauhan in particular has ruled Madhya Pradesh for almost 18 out of 20 years. The BJP has been in power for 19 years out of 20 years, while Shivraj Singh Chauhan has been chief minister for almost 18 years. So there is anti-incumbency.
That is also a record, and not many chief ministers have been able to boast of it. Sheila Dikshit, Delhi chief minister, or in Bengal, we had seen the left front for a very long time, and now Shivraj Singh Chauhan, perhaps in a long time, Naveen Patnaik also in Odisha. So there are a few chief ministers who have been able to boast of that long tenure. How is the BJP trying to ensure that anti-incumbency does not come in? And if there is, how is the Congress party jumping in to say, we are the party that you should vote for in Madhya Pradesh?
Well, there are two things here at work in Madhya Pradesh. One, the Bharatiya Janata Party is claiming that it's putting its best foot forward by fielding 7 sitting MPs. In the first two lists, 7 sitting MPs and National General Secretary of the party has already been made a candidate. So the BJP is claiming that they are putting their best people to fight this election, and this is one way by which they are going to fight the anti-incumbency. And this is also symptomatic of the fact, or some reflection, in the sense that in the coming days, when the lists are going to come out, when the candidates are going to be announced, there are going to be many sitting ministers and MLAs who are going to lose their tickets. So these are the things that are anticipated because of the fact that the senior leaders of the party have already been fielded, and some more senior leaders are likely to be fielded. There is a buzz that Jyotiraditya Scindia might also contest elections. And there is also a buzz going around that it's possible that Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan might not contest elections. In fact, he had gone to Budni last week twice. Budni is his constituency where he first fought elections, became an MLA, and then went on to become Member of Parliament from Vidisha, and then returned. When he came back to Madhya Pradesh as Chief Minister, he fought elections from Budni. So that's his seat. In Budni, twice in the last week, he asked his voters if he should contest elections or not. And if at all he's contesting elections, should he contest elections from Budni or not? So there is some confusion
senior
about
BJP leaders, Heminder, have been brought into Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan to possibly contest for state elections. So there's lots happening. As you said, there's a lot of buzz on and a speculation. We'll be tracking at 12 p.m. Election Commission's dates will be announced for the 5 states, very crucial states ahead of 2024 elections for Lok Sabha. Thank you so much, Heminder Sharma, Ishwarya Paliwal, for the latest on that. All right, I'm heading into a very short commercial break, but when I return, stay tuned because it is the biggest international story. That bloody assault and the heartbreaking images coming in from Israel of women being kidnapped, soaked in blood, and then a counter now by Israel on Gaza to that assault that Israel has never seen in all these years. But what about the world response? Which countries are supporting Israel? Which are with regard to what Hamas has done? All of that and more after a very short break.
You are watching India Today. Powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
शिवसेना हमारी नेचुरल एलाय है, राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस ये हमारी पॉलिटिकल एलाय है।
इलीगल सरकार बैठी हुई है, वो सत्ता में जयते हैं। अगर सत्य बोलो तो डराते हैं, धमकाते हैं। ऐसे देश नहीं चलता है।
राष्ट्रपति शासन लगाने का आइडिया ही शरद पवार जी का था।
No question is very easy.
In 2022 June, the NCP MLAs, all 51, our desire at that time was to join a BJP-led government in Maharashtra.
All the allegations made against the NCP were politically motivated.
In this moment of tragedy, I want to say to them and to the world and to terrorists everywhere that the United States stands with Israel. We will not ever fail to have their back. We'll make sure that they have the help their citizens need and they can continue to defend themselves. You know, when I spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu this morning, I told him the United States stands with the people of Israel in the face of these terrorist assaults. Israel has the right to defend itself and its people. Full stop. There's never justification for terrorist attacks. And my administration's support for Israel's security is rock solid and unwavering.
Hello everyone, this is Anita Brito in conversation with the one and only Shyam Kaushal. Hello sir, कैसे हो आप?
हेलो नमस्कार जी।
अभी भी आप कंटिन्यू कर रहे हो और आपके बहुत अच्छे लाइनअप्स है, जैसे आपने बोला डंकी है, फिर आपके पास जो बंगाली मूवी है वो भी है।
ये बंगला बंधु। हाँ जी।
प्लीज उसके बारे में थोड़ा इन डेप्थ बात कीजिए, थोड़ा डंकी के बारे में हमें बात कीजिए। इट्स एन ऑल एंड आउट एक्शन फिल्म?
नो, इट इज नॉट ए, देयर इज एक्शन इन इट।
बट मुझे ये जानना है आपसे, ये पर्सनल क्वेश्चन है, आपको सबसे ज्यादा कौन से एक्टर के साथ काम करके मजा आया, मुझे ये बताइए।
मैंने अमित जी के साथ काम किया, अमित जी से लेके सभी के साथ जितने भी आगे ना सभी के साथ काम किया, फिर जो साउथ के भी मोस्टली सुपरस्टार्स उनके साथ भी काम किया। पर आज तक भगवान की दुआ से कभी किसी के साथ इशू नहीं हुआ, कभी कुछ नहीं हुआ, सबसे प्यार ही मिला है। तो मेरा एक मानना होता है, जैसा मैं आज भी ओपनली बोलता हूँ कि पिछले मैं 43 साल में मेरे को कोई बुरा आदमी नहीं मिला। तो मैं कभी सोचता नहीं हूँ कि अगर कुछ कमियां होंगी तो मेरे में होंगी। कोई बुरा आदमी नहीं है, कोई भी ऐसा। जब मैं एक्टर्स मेरे जो छोटे हैं, जैसा रणबीर सिंह, रणबीर कपूर, अर्जुन कपूर, उन्होंने मेरे साथ शुरू किया, जब भी मिलते पैर छूटे हैं, ऐसा बच्चों की तरह। तो आप अगर उनको प्यार देते हो तो आपको सामने से प्यार मिलेगा ही।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
I tape my mouth shut every night. So I'm using a tape that's actually made for this.
It's a TikTok trend that has taken the internet by storm. It has been championed by Gwyneth Paltrow and was recently revealed as a habit of the former Country File presenter Julia Bradbury. So why is everyone taping up? On social media and beyond, mouth taping is keeping people's mouths shut at night, helping them breathe through their nose. So, is this the solution to sleep problems or mouth breathing? And encouraging nasal breathing. Mouth tapes, even surgical tapes for the same, are being sold online too as anti-snoring devices. Mouth taping may be a trending sleep hack, but the science behind it is slim.
This trend of mouth taping, it's not exactly safe. We do not know. The jury is still out on whether there are any benefits or any harm. Whatever scientific evidence is there, it doesn't prove either way, and in fact most of the benefits are anecdotal.
Mouth taping's benefits have been touted for everything from the dental to the somnial. People may seal their mouth shut to prevent teeth grinding, bad breath, snoring and sleep apnea, or even to boost fitness or get a stronger jaw. But wait, isn't this risky?
Without showing the consultant, if you do this, there is always a possibility that the oxygen to the intake would reduce, and this can reduce the oxygen levels in the blood and cause dire consequences.
Surgeon doctors advise fixing the problem that is causing mouth breathing or sleep apnea instead of having a banded solution like taping up.
Mouth breathing is one aspect of obstructive sleep apnea. Obstructive sleep apnea is something when you are sleeping, your oxygen level decreases, your breathing stops for a certain amount of time, and that happens because of either nasal obstruction or obesity. So we have to treat the underlying cause, and mouth taping is not the treatment for obstructive sleep apnea or mouth breathing.
In New Delhi with Sneha Mordani for India Today.
As Israel now launches the counter-strike to the bloody assault and the massacre that's literally taken place in Israel, IDF has now confirmed there will be a ground incursion into Gaza. 100,000 Israeli troops will be mobilized with the goal to dismantle Hamas military capabilities and end the terrorist Hamas rule. Remember, it is the Hamas terrorists who have killed and abducted also elderly women, young women, even children, families that have been killed. And we're not talking just about Israeli citizens, but there are other ethnicities and nationalities also that have been targeted. There have been nationals of other countries who also faced brutalities from these Hamas terrorists. There is now a counter-strike that we are witnessing in the Gaza Strip by Israel. In the next few days, it is only likely to escalate. The world is also watching. Many countries are responding, and the Western world specifically has decided to stand in solidarity and support with Israel. So about 100,000 troops, it's about 1 lakh troops likely are going to be mobilized along the border. Remember, many of the Israeli citizens, male citizens, are being called into reserves. If they have served earlier in the Israel army, they are getting calls again to report back, because all hands on deck is what, after the Prime Minister said that the country is at war. You're looking at the visuals of the terror hideouts in Gaza that are being targeted by Israel. The IDF has confirmed there will be a ground incursion. Remember 3 days ago when via air, sea, land, the Hamas terrorists rampaged, killed innocent civilians on the ground in Israel. So in a shocking turn of events, the world has witnessed and was watching this unprecedented series also of rocket attacks on Israel by the Palestinian terror group Hamas. Reacting to the distressing developments in Israel, leaders from around the world have been quick to condemn the attacks and offer solidarity to Israel. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also expressing deep shock at the terrorist attacks on Israel. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak echoed the sentiments, labelling the perpetrators as Hamas terrorists very clearly and affirming Israel's absolute right to self-defense. European Council President Charles Michel and French President Emmanuel Macron also joined the chorus of condemnation. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Sunday spoke to also Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky as well as to German Chancellor Olaf Scholz and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. So now that the world is also reacting, remember this is not just about Israel-Palestine or Israel-Hamas anymore. This is also taking a global reaction that's coming about it. Joining me now in this live telecast, Senior Fellow American Enterprise Institute, joining from Washington DC is Michael Rubin. Michael, I appreciate you speaking to India today. With the US President Joe Biden, who's expressed complete support and solidarity to Israel, we hear that warships are being also moved closer to the border. How do you think the world must respond? Should they sit back and watch, or is there some assistance, cooperation that should be given to Israel?
Well, any assistance that Israel demands with regard to weaponry or systems they might need is something which the U.S. Congress will support. But it's not clear whether the White House is really going to support Israel in extricating the Hamas terrorists, because it seems that Tony Blinken, Secretary of State, his greatest concern is the spread of this. This isn't just going to be limited to the Gaza Strip. After all, when we talk about paragliders, where were those paragliders trained? If they were trained inside the Islamic Republic of Iran, which seems likely, that raises the stakes a great deal. And so when I look at American naval ships going towards the Eastern Mediterranean, that can be just as much to deter Israeli aircraft for taking off towards Iran as it could be to protect Israel from other aircraft flying in.
Michael, do you think this is the point, that terror, irrespective, there has to be one decision on it? And does the US support the manner in which Israel is saying they need and want to end the Hamas terrorism once and for all, Hamas rule also actually in the Gaza Strip? Do you think that the world coming together, and specifically the Western nations, is reflective of the signs to come of how this could progress? Because the Arab world for now, it appears to have given a statement with regard to Palestine. And this is where perhaps there could be a polarizing, a debate that could also engulf the world order.
Well, there's certainly a polarizing debate there. The United Arab Emirates is the only Arab country which seemed to express much more sympathy with Israel. But this is my worry. What we've seen with previous terror wars, whether it's with regard to Lebanon or the Gaza Strip, is that the United States and Europe will give Israel time to launch its operations until civilian casualties mount, and then will pressure Israel to stand down. The scale of these attacks, however, inside Israel, mean that Israel isn't going to want to scale down, that there's going to be a tremendous appetite to tolerate civilian casualties in the Gaza Strip on the part of the Israeli Defense Force. The question is whether the White House, whether European leaders will stand by Israel as those retaliatory casualties mount.
And there is this whole reference and speculation that Qatar or Iran could be backing what is happening in Israel. And also, what do you have to say about when Israel has said this is their 9/11?
Well, this is the biggest massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. By all means, this is a shock both in terms of the intelligence failure and on the sheer scale. This is Israel's 9/11. Now, the three countries that need to be worried are Iran, Qatar, and Turkey. Remember, just 2 weeks ago, Israel intercepted missile components being smuggled in from Turkey to Hamas. The reason why Qatar needs to be worried is that senior Hamas officials live in Qatar. Now that Americans have been confirmed killed in these attacks, I can guarantee you that congressmen are going to demand the extradition from Qatar of these senior Hamas leaders to stand trial. If Qatar says no, expect to see Qatar's major non-NATO treaty status withdrawn. The United States is going to be angry. because it's not just, as with 9/11, it wasn't just one nationality that has been killed. There have been dozens of nationalities, and the Americans are going to prosecute those who have killed Americans.
My final question then on this note, because we can only expect the situation to escalate further in the next few days and see how the world reacts to it. We are running these visuals which are absolutely heartbreaking, and I've been advising viewer discretion, but it is also important to tell the world what's been happening. Young women soaked in blood are being abducted. Families have been ripped apart, killed. Many women, elderly, have also been held hostage right now. We are being told many US citizens could also have reportedly been killed or have been taken hostage by the Hamas terrorists. And then there are some reports that surface online that there could be celebrations seen in some parts of the world to what has been done to the Israelis and to other citizens in Israel. What does one say to that?
Well, look, Indians know about Hindu phobia, and American Jews know, and Jews worldwide know about anti-Semitism. What we're seeing now is a clear sign that this isn't just a land dispute. There isn't any moral equivalency. The fact of the matter is this is a conflict between civilization and the forces that are opposed to civilization that simply want to murder for the sake of murdering. What we're seeing in Israel is no different than, for example, what we saw in Mumbai back in 2008 when the targets were civilian. I mean, this is why this needs to be tackled, frankly, in a way that the United States and the West were never as serious, shamefully, tackling when India was the victim. We need to have solidarity among democracies.
You know, it's US's 9/11. Many in India are calling it 26/11, like we remember. Whether it's Al-Qaeda, Lashkar-e-Toiba, Hizbul Mujahideen, or the Hamas group, is it all really just the same with different names? Michael Rubin, I appreciate you joining us here on India Today Television with your views. And of course, remains to be seen what happens here on in the next few days. We have some big breaking news coming in. Let's take a look at that. Shockingly, there are parts in the United States of America and Canada where rallies are being organized to back the Hamas terror groups. Iranian president has appreciated what he calls Hamas fighters. There is a speculation if Iran has backed the groups that have attacked and massacred people in Israel and have taken hostage of women, children and elderly. Pakistan is seeking Arab League's backing. Terror attacks, shockingly, on one hand, there are these terror attacks that have killed innocent civilians, children, families ripped apart. These are being cheered by the Hamas backers, and some of them, as visuals on your screen, visuals are coming in parts of the United States of America and Canada as well. Where are these? Whether they are from Palestine, whether they are locals, that's we don't have clarity on that. But it's clearly shocking to see that on the day, remember, there have been many rallies that may be organized for Palestine because it's an endless cycle of violence between Palestine and Israel. But on the day when people were being massacred in Israel, these were some of the visuals that were seen. Cheering, shouting religious slogans and hoisting the Palestinian flag. Hamas terrorists, if they are being equated with the rest of the Palestine, well, at a time when innocents are butchered, terror apologists are rejoicing. Saddening visuals there, but the world is watching too, and perhaps that is why there are these statements coming in from the Western world that has supported Israel. The Israel-Hamas war has entered into day 3. What does this mean? On the day that children, innocent civilians, women, men, anyone really, were killed as they were noticed by the Hamas terrorists, Israeli airstrikes are pounding Gaza. The war between two nations enter day 3. And that with Lebanon's Hezbollah also, there is a trade of fire that is being reported about. Israeli forces have clashed with gunmen from the Palestinian group Hamas. This is 24 hours after the terrorists launched this surprise attack. Israel started to retaliate and announced an all-out war against Hamas, with a spree of explosions were witnessed across the Gaza skyline. Israeli airstrikes have hit blocks, tunnels, homes of Hamas officials as well in Gaza. We are being told about 370 have lost their life. 2,000 have received injuries. But remember, this is Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu declaring Israel is at war. and has called for a mass mobilization of army reserves. Army reserves means that many who may have left the army of Israel are being called to join back, report back in any form that they can support as a resource for the Israeli army.
אירה בישראל, ואני אדאג שזה לא יקרה יותר. הממשלה כולה מתייצבת מאחורי ההחלטה הזאת. צה"ל יפעיל מיד את כל עוצמתו כדי להשמיד את יכולות חמאס. נכה בהם עד חורמה וננקום בעוצמה על היום השחור הזה שהם עוללו למדינת ישראל ולאזרחיה. כל המקומות שהחמאס מסתתר בהם, פועל מתוכם. נהפוך אותם לאיי חורבות. אני אומר לתושבי עזה, צאו משם עכשיו, כי אנחנו נפעל בכל מקום ובכל העוצמה.
Let me take you through the developments. This is day 3rd, and now there is counterfire and strikes that are taking place from Israel to Gaza as well after that brutal massacre and assault on Israelis. We are being told that about 700 at least have been killed, 2,000 injured in Israel after the Hamas terror group launched an attack on Israel, making it the deadliest day of violence in Israel for 50 years. Israel Defense Forces spokesperson Richard Haidt has said this is Israel's 9/11 and worse than that. Around 10 Nepalese students have died in Israel amid the ongoing deadly war between Israel and terror group Hamas. Students were working in Israel to support their families back in Nepal. They were killed in rocket attacks by Hamas on Israeli cities. Some are reportedly taken hostage too. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu declared Israel was at war and called for mass mobilization of army reserves on the second day of the battle with the Hamas terror groups. Support is pouring in for Israel from across the world. Netanyahu spoke to world leaders including Rishi Sunak, Giorgia Meloni and Volodymyr Zelensky. Israeli tanks moved along the border with Lebanon as tensions are mounting between Israel and Lebanon's powerful armed group Hezbollah following the deadliest attack in years by Palestinian gunmen on Israel. Hezbollah has said it had launched guided rockets onto 3 posts in the Sheba farms in solidarity with the Palestinian people. Over 700 people confirmed killed and the number only rising as we speak. This is not just about Israeli citizens, remember, but many other ethnicities and nationalities have been targeted irrespective by the Hamas terror group. The violence and the massacre that was unleashed on Israel on Saturday. Hundreds of Israelis have been taken hostages by the Hamas terrorists. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu chaired a security assessment meeting in Tel Aviv. In an announcement, Netanyahu's security cabinet officially declared the country is at war, saying the decision formally authorizes the taking of significant military steps. Highlighting atrocities inflicted on Israeli citizens, IDF spokesperson has claimed country will avenge the death of citizens. Calling the style of Hamas attack barbaric, IDF has called this incident Israel's 9/11.
Our Air Force is attacking hundreds of Hamas Islamic Jihad targets in Gaza. We follow international law while exercising our right and responsibility to protect our civilians. The days ahead will be long and difficult. We have paid a heavy price, but we will restore security to the people of Israel.
אנחנו נגבה מחיר כבד מאוד מהחמאס, הוא ישלם על מה שהוא עשה, ואת הפעולה הזאת יזכרו בעזה ל-50 השנים הבאות, ויצטערו על זה שהם החלו בזה.
But the heartbreaking visuals, remember, are not just about the killings and the massacre, but also about hostages. I advise viewer discretion for the visuals on screen. Israeli government has revealed that over 100 people at least have been held as hostage after the Palestinian terror group Hamas launched this biggest attack on Israel. Netanyahu has appointed former military commander Gal Hirsch as the coordinator for hostage and missing persons. But look at these terrifying images. Israeli hostage family with children crying, pleading for mercy as the Hamas terrorists continued to keep them hostage and targets them. Many of such images and visuals are surfacing online, where even kids are seen pleading for mercy. But then there is this disturbing video that has got the world attention. An Israeli young woman soaked in blood, taken hostage by the group. The images show that the woman is covered in blood with hands tied to their back as Hamas terrorists push her from the back of the car inside the car. Allahu Akbar chanting in the background. A woman being pushed by men who are terrorists, and many such women, and you can see clearly that she has been assaulted. These are absolutely heartbreaking visuals, and just one of many that we are being told. Can only imagine the plight of these young women, children who've also been taken hostage, elderly women. Joining me now in this live telecast is Aviva Klumpa, CEO Boundless Israel. It's a forum that educates about Israel and combats anti-Semitism. She's joining us from New York. Aviva, I've been noticing you've been very active on social media, on Twitter. You've been putting out these heartbreaking images of people being taken hostage, those who have been killed, families that have been wiped off. How do you see this whole situation that is developing right now?
Saturday was one of the darkest days in Israel history, and certainly as the fog of war recedes and events becomes clearer, I think that it might well end up being the darkest day in Israel's history. Hamas has shown a savagery that should shock the world to its core. It invaded Israel by land, by air, by sea. It attacked a number of Israeli communities as people were in their homes in the early hours celebrating Shabbat and the Jewish holiday of Sukkot. The stories and scenes, images and videos that have emerged of these attacks will stop your blood cold. You're seeing attacks of terrorists barging into homes and shooting entire families, pulling the elderly out of nursing homes and kidnapping them to Gaza. There was a number of young adults at a music festival in the desert. Hamas arrived, they shot at these youngsters, they threw grenades. Many, many people have been taken hostage. This includes mothers with babies in their arms, children, teenagers, entire families, the elderly, and they're now being held by a barbaric terrorist organization inside of Gaza, being denied their basic rights, and it is war crime upon war crime upon war crime.
Will this be seen as a war crime? As remember, at least over 100 people are still hostage. Thank you. I appreciate you speaking to us, Aviva, and for your updates constantly on social media as well. And remember, many Israelis are coming forward to try and share stories of the families that have been ripped apart, brutally killed, including children. I'm wrapping up this bulletin for now, heading into a break, but don't go anywhere. This remains our top story, but also another one from domestic politics. It's about Election Commission all set to announce the dates. That and more after a very short break. Stay tuned. You're watching The First Up on India Today Television.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
A big setback for AAP MP Raghav Chadha. A Delhi court has ruled that he has no right to occupy the government bungalow given to him after the allotment was cancelled. The allotment of a Type 7 bungalow on Pandara Road in Delhi to the Member of Parliament was revoked by the Rajya Sabha Secretariat in March. He was told that the allotment had been cancelled as Type 7 was higher than his entitlement as a first-time MP, and he was allotted another flat. Subsequently, Raghav Chadha approached Delhi's Patiala House Court against the Rajya Sabha Secretariat and got a stay order against the dispossession in April. After the latest setback in court, Raghav Chadha has alleged that the cancellation of the duly allotted official accommodation was arbitrary and was done without giving him any notice. Raghav Chadha has also slammed the BJP, saying the allocation was cancelled at the behest of the ruling party to target the opposition.
This fight that I should have a bigger type 7 type of bungalow, which is normally kept for ministers and others, not a first-time MP, it only confirms one thing, that the Aam Aadmi Party practices political duplicity. This entire fight is about all the trappings of power. I want a bigger bungalow. I want a sheesh mahal for myself. I will spend public money for my own benefit. Their focus was never to serve the people.
The opposition has backed the AAP MP.
जिस तरीके से राघव चड्ढा को पहले डिस्क्वालीफाई किया गया पार्लियामेंट से, फिर उनके घर को लेकर उनको विकेट करने को कहा है, ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। ये उसी क्रोनोलॉजी है जहाँ पे जो लोग विपक्ष में रहकर बुलंदी से अपनी आवाज़ उठा रहे हैं, उनको सिलेक्टिव टारगेटिंग करना, सस्पेंड कर दें, फिर आप उनके घर ले लें, तो ये गलत है।
Raghav Chadha is yet to announce his next move. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Hey guys, what's up? Hello and welcome to yet another episode of Tech Today. I'm your host Ayush Alabadi. This is going to be an action-packed show. Techtember, Techtober, AI and iPhones. There's iPhones clearly, and I just forgot about that. So wait, the entire show changes. This takes top priority. The biggest highlight of Techtember is in my hands here at the Tech Today studios. Let's begin. This year, well, what Apple has done is sort of democratize in the Pro model. So now this comes with a 48 megapixel primary sensor. In terms of taking photos, you can see some of these photos. I'm putting them up on the screen that we have taken. And here is the iPhone 15 and here is the iPhone 15 Pro Max. But that's just ordinary photos, right? While this is nice and cute, let's talk about the Pro Max. And I'm not talking about the Pro because this is the absolute supreme king, the Maharaja of iPhones this time around. And while they both have a 48 megapixel primary sensor, I think in terms of performance, this sensor does a much better job, but we will obviously test that claim in the coming days, like I said. But there's so much more happening in terms of software and hardware with this camera setup, the iPhone 15 Pro Max, which deserves a sequence of its own. The iPhone 15 Pro Max, a massive upgrade from last year's 14 Pro Max, which had a bunch of features that I loved anyhow. The action mode also gets an upgrade that no one's talking about because of one particular feature, the new 5x telephoto lens on this particular device. Now, how does that work? Well, it's essentially a new tetra prism telephoto lens, which now offers 5x zoom and 120mm focal length. But when you're shooting with the Pro devices, this is of course only on the Pro Max, but across the Pro devices, another common feature is that you can now shoot in different focal lengths, 24mm, 28mm and 35mm as well.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Xiaomi, tech se smart, dil se smart.
Good morning and welcome to India Today Television. I'm Pooja Shali. Israel-Hamas war remains a top story this morning and much more. First, the headlines. It's day 3 of the Israel-Hamas war, and Israel is now amping up attack against the Gaza terror. Over 370 killed in Gaza. Pledges around invasion on Hamas rule and on the terror hideouts that are being targeted now by Israel. But the horrifying images refuse to leave one's mind. Families and children crying, held hostage by the Hamas terrorists. Over 100 have been held hostage by the extremists. Horrifying images of young women soaked in blood being pushed in vehicles by the Hamas terrorists amid the chanting of the religious slogans in the background. The world is watching, and the world leaders have condemned the strikes on Israel's soil. US President Joe Biden, Dals Netanyahu, Rishi Sunak, Macron and Zelensky, who rally behind Israel. United States of America has called Hamas attacks to sabotage Israel-America talks. Israel's soldiers have been held hostage apart from civilians. US citizens also reportedly are dead in the attacks. In other news in sports, the World Cup has started and it was an opener match for India. India beat Australia by 6 wickets in the World Cup opener. KL Rahul, Virat Kohli played the vital knock to take India home. All right, it's the big day today with regard to domestic politics. Election Commission is all set to announce at 12 p.m. the election dates for 5 states, crucial states, ahead of 2024 Lok Sabha polls. This is going to be an important day, and of course, we'll be cutting across live then. The date of assembly elections will be for the states Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Telangana, Mizoram. Different political parties in government which will return and which will through a surprise. They're likely to be announced by today afternoon. The top election body will hold a press conference and will give a brief about the preparations that will be undertaken to ensure fair and smooth conduct of the election process. The election is likely to be held between the second week of November for now and first week of December, because usually after the Election Commission, immediately a code of conduct is put in place and the next 1 month are the elections organized. Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Mizoram and Telangana, according to our sources, may vote in a single phase like the last time in 2018. For Chhattisgarh, it is likely that 2 phases could be expected again like in 2018.
सत्ता भूखे कुछ लोगों के पेट में दर्द हो रहा है। मेरे परिवारजनों, विकास विरोधी लोगों को देश ने 6 दशक दिए थे। 60 साल कोई कम समय नहीं होता है। अगर 9 साल में इतना काम हो सकता है तो 60 साल में कितना हो सकता था। जोधपुर जब दंगों में जल रहा था तब यहां के मुख्यमंत्री क्या कर रहे थे? क्या कांग्रेस की पहली और आखिरी नीति सिर्फ और सिर्फ तुष्टीकरण ही है क्या? रामनवमी, परशुराम जयंती, हनुमान जयंती, कोई भी त्योहार ऐसा नहीं है जिसमें राजस्थान से पत्थरबाजी की खबरें न आती हो। इनकी पार्टी तो राजनीति में भी अपने ही बच्चों को सेट करती है और नौकरियों में भी यही करती है। छत्तीसगढ़ के लाखों परिवारों, आदिवासी, पिछड़े परिवार के बच्चों से कांग्रेस ने नौकरियां छीन ली है, आपका अधिकार छीन लिया है। नौकरियों तो दी नहीं, जो पहले से सरकारी नौकरी में है उनको भी कांग्रेस ने, लोगों ने लूटा है, परेशान किया है। मैं कांग्रेस को सवाल पूछता हूं, साउथ के अंदर खास करके तमिलनाडु में मंदिरों पर सरकार का हक है। सरकार ने कब्जा कर लिया है। मंदिरों की संपत्ति को सरकारी मिलीभगत में हड़प किया जा रहा है। मंदिरों को तो लूटा जा रहा है, मंदिरों को तो कब्जा किया गया है, लेकिन माइनॉरिटी के पूजा स्थल को हाथ नहीं लगाते हैं, सरकार के नियंत्रण में नहीं लेते हैं।
We have been waiting for the election commission to announce the dates for the election. It is coming today. If they're having a press conference, surely they'll be announcing the dates. We are expecting the Congress to come back again on the basis of what we have done. We had 5 years to deliver, and I too feel, not just because I'm part of the government, that we've been able to deliver substantially. So we hope to win. The other issues are always there.
Yes.
What we would like to do in the next 5 years. So the caste census is one of the issues. Main issues, I think, are taking care of the people, looking after their expectations, meeting their expectations, taking the state forward. So those would be our targets.
So that was Chhattisgarh Deputy Chief Minister T.S. Singh Deo. I want to now bring in from Rajasthan, because that's also another state that is heading for state assembly elections, Devankar Vadhavan from Jaipur. Dev, Rajasthan is going to be very interesting. One, because of the internal rift between Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot, but also for a test for the India alliance. If they manage to retain the government, that perhaps could be reflective of Congress's growing influence, or otherwise the BJP jumping in and claiming that they have unseated one of the most important states of Congress party. What are you expecting here on? What happens as election code has will be set in Rajasthan, in the desert state? Have netas already been announcing policies and promises?
Well, Pooja, in Rajasthan, there is not much of an alliance as far as Congress is concerned, or not an alliance at all. It's going to be primarily a BJP versus Congress fight in Rajasthan. In the last 25 years, both the parties have retained power or gained power in Rajasthan alternatively. So whether the rivaj will be qaim, or the tradition will be will be maintained, or the rule will change, is something which time will tell. But clearly this time round, Ashok Gehlot government has brought in a slew of policies, from the Chiranjeevi 25 lakhs medical insurance scheme to providing 100 units of free electricity to the common household people, to providing 2,000 units of free electricity to people who are from the agricultural background, or indulge in agricultural activities. He has mentioned that the cylinder is available for 500 rupees, and there are several other schemes that the BJP has brought in the run-up to the assembly elections. You mentioned about the internal differences within the Congress between the Gehlot camp and the pilot camp. Now, those differences, Pooja, were very visible in almost initial 4 years of the Rajasthan government. But in the last 6 to 7 months, the relationship has improved between Gehlot and Pilot, or at least on the face of it. Perhaps they are trying to, at least show that they are now having a cordial relationship so that it does not affect the party in the run-up to the assembly elections. On the other hand, there are several factions within the BJP as well. There is, of course, the Vasundhara Raje faction. Then there is the Punia faction, the CP Joshi, who is the state president of the party.
Yes.
Vasundhara Raje, reportedly is not on good terms with him. So there are several factions on both sides. Now, how this plays out is something.
And that is what makes Rajasthan elections very crucial. There is, of course, Madhya Pradesh also. So is Chhattisgarh, so is Telangana and Mizoram too. But it will be a lot of eyes on Rajasthan, specifically for all the permutations, combinations that we have seen that has happened, and the way in which, at least for now, the rift has been managed. Devankar Vadhavan, thank you for the latest on that. Keep tracking. You'll have a busy month ahead of you as and when the election dates are announced today afternoon at 12 p.m. The biggest international story this time, and that is coming in from the Israel-Hamas war. Remember, day 3 means now Israel is launching a counter-strike on the Gaza Strip, where the Hamas rule currently is dominant. These Israeli airstrikes are pounding Gaza as the war between the two nations enter into day 3, trading fire also with Lebanon's Hezbollah. Israeli forces clashed with the gunmen from Hamas terror group 24 hours after the terrorist group launched a surprise attack on Israel, killing many civilians and the soldiers. Israel has started to retaliate and announced an all-out war against Hamas with a spree of explosions. Israeli airstrikes hit blocks, tunnels, also residents of Hamas officials in Gaza, killing more than 370 and 2,000 injured. Vowing to make Palestine and specifically Hamas pay an unprecedented price for the attack, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu declared Israel was at war and called for mass mobilization of army reserves. Remember, we are talking about innocent families that were targeted, women who were killed, paraded, specifically even soaked in blood and dead bodies.
לא נראה בישראל, ואני אדאג שזה לא יקרה יותר. הממשלה כולה מתייצבת מאחורי ההחלטה הזאת. צה"ל יפעיל מיד את כל עוצמתו כדי להשמיד את יכולות חמאס. נכה בהם עד חורמה וננקום בעוצמה על היום השחור הזה שהם עוללו למדינת ישראל ולאזרחיה. כל המקומות שהחמאס מסתתר בהם, פועל מתוכם. נהפוך אותם לאיי חורבות. אני אומר לתושבי עזה, צאו משם עכשיו, כי אנחנו נפעל בכל מקום ובכל העוצמה.
The past days have been devastating for each and every Israeli. What we are witnessing are war crimes, blatant barbaric war crimes, slaughtering civilians, abusing hostages, taking babies from their mothers. There are no words to describe such savagery. Hamas's war crimes must be unequivocally condemned. This unimaginable atrocity must be condemned.
And now let's go across live to Israel. Joining me from Tel Aviv is India Today's managing editor Gaurav Sawant, who's on the ground now, reporting this morning from Israel. Gaurav, over to you. I can already hear gunshots. What are you hearing from your sources? What is the situation in Israel when the Prime Minister has said, Benjamin Netanyahu, that this is Israel at war? What are we expecting from Israel after that bloody, brutal assault and massacre of civilians?
So it's early in the morning here on Monday. Saturday is where 700 people were massacred, at least 700. That's the official figure. Unofficially, Israel says there are several people who are still unaccounted for. There is deep anger, there is deep anguish in this country. And this anguish and anger actually seeks retribution. They want Hamas, the perpetrators, to be punished. But here, at least in Israel, on ground, they say it's not just Hamas, it's actually go all the way and see the strings, they go back to Iran. That's the anger in this country. That's the threat Israel talks about. And when you talk of retribution, the kind of weapons that are now being used to target the Hamas leadership on ground, while people bury, while they perform the last rites of their loved ones, those who were killed in this massacre that took place, there is anguish. And of course, there is also a lot of fear, because while the government is saying in most of Israel, the Hamas terrorists have either been killed or they've gone back. But in some areas, the situation does remain tense even now. House to house, door to door, lane to lane clearance operations were on. And then beyond that, the task would be to once again set up that fence. So very, even through the night, we could see very heavy earth moving equipment, massive concertina wires and trucks with concrete. All of that was being sent towards the south, towards the borders, to once again erect the fence. And this time, the effort is to ensure that they're able to look deep across to know what's happening, so that the way they were caught napping this time, they were caught off guard this time, it shouldn't happen again. Pooja.
Gaurav, there has been an endless cycle of violence between Palestine and Israel, but what we saw on Saturday was unprecedented. Women being taken hostage, the bodies that were paraded as well, children who have been taken hostage, elderly women, families have been ripped apart, murdered in cold blood. All of this has been recorded on camera too. But amid all of this, what is the ground emotion like among the Israelis? Is that of shock? Is that of numbing fear also that you're also talking about? Because while, of course, the administration and the establishment in Israel will go ahead and, as you're calling it, the retribution will take place, what are the Israelis really feeling like at this moment about what the bloody assault that they faced on Saturday?
So right now we are live. We are coming from the city center in Tel Aviv. And here, there's massive police presence virtually in every corner. Now there are police personnel in large numbers, including around me where I stand right now. There are major restrictions in terms of what you can film, where you can film, what you can do. And yes, there is that apprehension. Yes, there is that fear right now. But then it's also retribution. People do want to ensure that their neighborhoods are safe again. And that fear, the fence that was there earlier, the threat would be either from drones or from rockets, or even the threat which would come from tunnels. But this time, the fact that the Hamas terrorists came in large numbers, that was something that took Israel completely by surprise. And the effort is to ensure that something like this never happens again. It's still very, very early in the morning here in Tel Aviv. So at night, there were apprehensions. So even when we came in, the first thing we were told was, you should know where the nearest shelter is. In case there's a requirement, you need to immediately go into the shelter. But the focus right now remains, one, south, that's where the operations against Hamas are going, and two, the apprehension in case the Hezbollah were to open the second front, on the Lebanon-Israel border. So even that is being secured very extensively. Point two. Point three, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, has made it very clear. There are three main targets. Clear the area of the south, fortify the south, ensure that the threat doesn't come from there, destroy Hamas, and also ensure that all borders are completely safe. So that's Israel's main focus right now.
Gaurav, but the world is also watching, and like you also mentioned, there is this constant thread and speculation coming in about the backing by Qatar and Iran. On the other side, US and UK have said that Israel has their complete support. Do you see this escalating? Because there are references coming in that the US warship is coming close to the border. Israel is also fighting against Lebanon's Hezbollah that is targeting fire at Israel. So clearly Israel feels cornered at this point, but it's prepared for a retribution. It's prepared to fight back and defend its citizens on the ground. But do you see the world powers also now starting to react and perhaps more involvement than the statements?
This Israeli, excuse me. This Israeli.
Okay, so give me a moment. The security here is telling us that we are in a secure zone, and we need to come out of this secure zone. So thank you very much. I will step out. So that's the security here. And if I could just show you around, early in the morning here, the city center where we are reporting from, naturally closer to a shelter. I now want to show you what this place looks like. A lot of construction happening here, as you can see. As day breaks, security personnel once again looking very closely at every individual here. Every individual here is checked, identity cards checked, and then other teams come in. You have the local police, you have private security, you also have the army that is now ensuring that this entire area is cleared up. So now I've come out of that secure zone, and this is the city center.
You stay
So
safe,
if I
Gaurav.
could,
Yes.
once again tell you, you're absolutely right.
Go ahead. Please finish your point.
You're
Gaurav, finish your
absolutely
point.
right. Israel has made it very clear that there will be consequences for the perpetrators. Right now, they're going after the Hamas, but should the Hezbollah and there was some symbolic in a way, some missile strikes that had taken place, rocket strikes that had taken place from the other side, but that was in a disputed zone. Should that escalate, then the conversation here is, since Iran is doing it, they will go after all the perpetrators in a much bigger way. But that is where America and other countries perhaps will play a much bigger role on the larger road ahead.
I'll let you go for now, Gaurav Sawant, but stay safe. Thank you for getting us this coverage. You'll have a long day ahead of you. Gaurav Sawant is on the ground in Israel. India Today is the only channel right now getting your ground coverage, not depending on secondary sources. But Gaurav Sawant and our other colleagues will be soon telling us what is happening exactly on the ground in Israel. But remember, while the world is watching, India has also reacted. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said, we stand in solidarity with Israel and against the terrorist attacks. Joining me now is Major General Gigi Dwivedi. He's a war veteran. He's a strategist and has enough expertise on international relations. And when you watch the terror assault, Major General Dwivedi, of this nature, the manner in which young women soaked in blood are taken hostages, women are killed and paraded amid religious slogans, there are children who are being killed, families that have been just wiped off, and of course the world is reacting. What do you think India's stance should be at this moment? Should we currently wait and watch? We've had friendly relations with both Palestine and Israel. Is it something that you see as a developing situation in the next few days?
Well, Pooja, all I can say at this moment is the Israel movement of reckoning. Israel have been invaded, and this aggression, which is brazen aggression by Hamas, which is a terrorist organization, has a reputation of being absolutely horrendous. And what we are seeing are the actual, the way the terrorist organization operate. What is the terrorist organization? Basically, tools and techniques. They take surprise as a major weapon, attack the softest of the softest target, and then take hostages and exploit them for bargaining and, of course, as a tool to ensure that there is a degree of, terror that faces with these civilians. Now, the point that I'm trying to make is that as a student of West Asia, I think Israel faced a similar situation 50 years back when Egypt and Syria on 6th October, on the day of Yom Kippur, they attacked and Israel was on the back foot. But the point is, Israel as a nation has tremendous resilience to come back. And that's what we are seeing, that they absorbed the initial shock, they stabilized the situation, and now they are on the offensive. Now, you ask me a very particular question as to what India should do. India's very simple and straightforward stance is that we condemn terrorism, and we are the victim of terrorism, and we have raised the voice at all the global forum that terrorism as a tool cannot be accepted in a civil society.
And that's the clear statement that came in from Indian Prime Minister as well. A clear shift and trying not to do any kind of balancing, but saying that is it, at least on terror attacks that was inflicted on civilians. I appreciate you joining us, Major General Gigi Dwivedi, on what you have to say about how the world is also watching on this. And I would like to also go back to Gaurav Sawant, who's joining us from on the ground. But as we are trying to ensure that he is at a location which is safe enough to be now speaking to us, I'm also joined by Yeshua. He's an Israeli journalist. He's also joining me right now to give us a perspective. Where are you right now, Yeshua? What is the current status around you? You're in the south of Israel where the attack had taken place.
Yes, so the first thing that it is clear that the IDF is doing is getting rid of all the terrorists that are in Israeli territory. So there's still a large gun battle going on in Be'eri. Other than that, I believe the vast majority, I don't know if there are any other active arenas of battling, but the damage has already been done. There have been, we are now counting 600 people dead in this attack, including senior military commanders, dozens, an unstated amount of captives and hostages. Shamefully, these are elderly women, young women with 2-year-olds and 4-year-old babies, teenage girls. A senile elderly woman was taken as well. So this is, I would reference, if I was speaking to the Indian audience, I would reference, a raid from Mahmoud Ghazni or Muhammad Ghori or something like that. This was devastation, horrific violence, and at this point, the IDF is amassing tens of thousands of troops along the border, and a counterattack will come, and it's a question of when and what its objectives will be.
All right, Yasha, thank you so much for joining us with the ground update coming in from the south of Israel where the attack has taken place. And now joining me again is Gaurav Sawant, India Today's managing editor, who's now reporting from Israel right on the ground. He's in Tel Aviv presently and, of course, will be getting us all the reactions. Gaurav, over to you. What is the situation like? Because Netanyahu has very categorically said that they are going to ensure that the Hamas rule ends, that they will not have these terror attacks ever again on Israeli soil, and the heartbreaking images for all of us to see. What are you picking up on the ground, the emotions and the feelings among the civilians, but also how prepared and the mobilization of troops and resources, even from the army reserves that you hear about?
So reservists have been called out, and as a friend from the south of Israel was also telling us, there are hundreds and thousands of troops already on ground, tens and thousands of troops already on ground, and they are carrying out operations. Yesterday when we were speaking to some of the local journalists here and at Ashdod, they were saying that door to door, house to house areas are now being cleared and then being declared safe. And there are still, Hamas terrorists in some localities. So people are scared. People are scared to step out of their houses till the time that area has completely been barricaded. The fact that the fence has been torn down, the apprehension is that the threat could come once again, especially when the mentality and the mindset of those who are attacking is kill or get killed and get killed. So if these are suicide attackers, it just goes on to show that the loss of life is very heartbreaking. This side where, as our friend was telling us, women, children, the elderly, they've been massacred, and in a large number, they've also been abducted. Will that hold back Israel's response? Because that is the big apprehension. We still do not know the exact numbers of Israelis who've been taken hostage. The fact that they were in a festival celebration, the fact that there were get-togethers that were happening and people were literally slaughtered. Some of the images that we've seen here on ground, they're heartbreaking, too heartbreaking to be put on air. But that just goes on to show the kind of preparation with which the attack had taken place. So one after the other, if there are thousands of rockets that are coming, followed by heavy earth movers being used to remove all the fences, and then hundreds of people coming in, whether in pickup trucks or on motorcycles, abducting people and taking them back. All of that shows very careful level of planning, which perhaps went on, if not for months, at least weeks before this attack had taken place.
Also, Gaurav, Israel is not a country that's known to play victim card. They are known to defend their territory. They are known to defend their civilian citizens for as long as it takes. Because to be surrounded, on one side there is, of course, Palestine, Egypt, Lebanon, Iran as well, Qatar. All of these countries are also, there is speculation that they have supported Palestine and specifically the Hamas terror groups to be invading into the Israel territory. What do you hear now in the manner in which it's getting a response from other nations? Because that is what is going to be, people are going to follow. On the ground, of course, there is a mobilization of troops. Israel has a very strong military, a very strong defense group. But many are also speculating, how did Israel get surprised by such an attack? And that's what you're telling us. It could have been months in advance and possibly support of other countries to Hamas groups.
In Israel, Iran is being very openly blamed. They're very clearly saying this couldn't have happened without the express, not just financial support, but also logistical support, weapons systems, training, all of that happening. And people here openly blame Iran for it. There are some intelligence inputs that seem to talk about how there were some meetings that were held in Lebanon. There was some training that was held for some of these fighters, the Hamas terrorists. Some training was held. How did all of that happen? How did Israel's intelligence apparatus not get to know that if 5,000 rockets or more rockets and the rocket attacks continue to happen, if all of that was happening, if all of this would have taken careful planning for months, why is it that Israel's intelligence was caught completely off guard? And worse, after the intelligence being caught off guard, their operations were found so wanting. When you hear the accounts of either the survivors or what the buzz on ground is very clearly, when people were under attack, they expected their army to be there anytime, and the mobilization took time. At least that's the information that is coming out, that people were massacred, people were abducted, people were taken across, and it's only now that the army has been able to come in large number. Reservists have been called in. The bigger question, Pooja, while heavy bombs are being used right now to take out the Hamas leadership, and there is collateral damage. That's the information that's also coming from across the Gaza Strip. Will there be a ground operation? And that is a nightmare, because if there is a ground operation, how long will that ground operation continue? Will there be a lot of collateral damage? Will there be more loss of life? Will they be able to rescue the hostages? Where are the hostages? There are multiple questions that the leadership here is grappling with at this point of time before they decide on the next course of action, because 700 plus dead, the official figure, and unknown number of hostages. It just goes on to show that this country has had its worst ever terror attack. And it's as far as Israel says, they say, the people we've been speaking to since yesterday, they say it's worse than your 26/11 for Israel. It's worse than 9/11. This is Israel's 26/11 and 9/11 moment put together, and the country is still coming to terms with it.
And also, to be clear here, these are not just Israeli who were killed and taken hostage. There are many other ethnicities and nationalities that are also being referred to here. American citizens, Nepalese citizens also, Thai nationals also have been targeted. So the terrorists just went on and about killing anyone and everyone, and that's perhaps the reminder of how these terror groups actually operate. Gaurav, at this point, because you've covered the war in Ukraine, you've covered conflict areas earlier as well throughout your career. How do you see this situation unfolding in Israel with regard to Palestine, with regard to the Arab world or the global order? Because it does look like that the situation and the condition is going to escalate here on.
There are no two ways about it. When you look at Benjamin Netanyahu's leadership and the fact that right now, whether it's the political leadership or the military leadership, everyone is being questioned. What were you doing? How could this happen? And in a situation like this, you will see everybody try and retrieve the situation to the best of their abilities. And what would that be? Rescuing hostages, extremely important. Decimating the threat posed by the Hamas terrorists. Now, how do you decimate a threat and how do you tell civilians to move back, as Benjamin Netanyahu's government has been telling the leadership, the people in the West Bank to move back, in the Gaza Strip to move back? How do you tell people to move back in an area where they're already so cramped up? So many questions that are being asked in terms of how will operations be undertaken from this point on. The aerial bombing is happening, the precision strikes are happening. Will ground troops move in, and if so, when? Given the fact that this time you see the kind of preparation that's been done by the Hamas, the kind of weapons and systems they have, the kind of weapons and systems they've displayed so far in these operations. When the Hamas fighters came in, even though they may have been on their motorcycles, but on their motorcycles they had their automatic assault rifles, in their pickup trucks, in their minivans. They were loaded, they were armed to the teeth, and some of the eyewitnesses said that once they ran out of ammunition, they went back to their vehicles to bring in more ammunition. So they came in well prepared for a really long operation, the kind of preparations that they did. And in Gaza Strip, to get these kinds of weapons, replenishment, rockets, they may have prepared for this for a very long time. So perhaps, God forbid, the worst is yet to come in this area as counter-terror operations now are all set to intensify, Pooja.
Incredible coverage, you know, and it takes, I'm sure, a lot of courage really to be on the ground right now, and I appreciate you sending us this, and it's going to be a long day ahead for you. Please stay on with me. I'll give you a breather for a minute because I want to take the viewer to what the global situation is looking like. What is the global support that is pouring in for Israel? The Western world has already been giving out statements already since that brutal, bloody assault that has taken place on the civilians in Israel, and not just on Israelis, but also other ethnicities and nationalities. Reacting to the distressing developments in Israel, leaders from around the world have been quick to condemn the attacks, offer solidarity and support. Prime Minister Modi has expressed the deep shock at the terrorist attacks, as he's called it, and is in solidarity with Israel. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak echoed sentiments labeling perpetrators as Hamas terrorists, affirming Israel's absolute right to self-defense. European Council President Charles Michel and French President Emmanuel Macron also joined the chorus of condemnation. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Sunday spoke to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, as well as German Chancellor Olaf Scholz and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. For now, remember, these are statements. Could this go beyond in supportive action as well?
We've seen in Israel over the past 36 hours are truly horrifying. I want to express my absolute solidarity for the people of Israel. Now is not a time for equivocation, and I'm unequivocal. Hamas and the people who support Hamas are fully responsible for this appalling act of terror, for the murder of civilians and for the kidnapping of innocent people, including children. I've just spoken with Prime Minister Netanyahu to assure him of the UK's steadfast support as Israel defends itself against these appalling attacks. We will do everything that we can to help. Terrorism will not prevail.
This is the worst attack on Israel since 1973, the Yom Kippur War, almost exactly 50 years ago. But there's a fundamental difference. That was a war that was state to state, country to country, army to army. This is a massive terrorist attack that is gunning down Israeli civilians in their towns, in their homes, and as we've seen so graphically, literally dragging people across the border with Gaza, including a Holocaust survivor in a wheelchair, women and children. So you can imagine the impact this is having throughout Israel, and the world should be revolted at what it's seen.
So what are American experts saying here? Joining me, and I spoke to him just about a short while ago, Michael Rubin. He's a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. Here's what he said. With the US President Joe Biden, who's expressed complete support and solidarity to Israel, we hear that warships are being also moved closer to the border. How do you think the world must respond? Should they sit back and watch, or is there some assistance, cooperation that should be given to Israel?
Well, any assistance that Israel demands with regard to weaponry or systems they might need is something which the U.S. Congress will support. But it's not clear whether the White House is really going to support Israel in extricating the Hamas terrorists, because it seems that Tony Blinken, Secretary of State, his greatest concern is the spread of this. This isn't just going to be limited to the Gaza Strip. After all, when we talk about paragliders, where were those paragliders trained? If they were trained inside the Islamic Republic of Iran, which seems likely, that raises the stakes a great deal. And so when I look at American naval ships going towards the Eastern Mediterranean, that can be just as much to deter Israeli aircraft for taking off towards Iran as it could be to protect Israel from other aircraft flying in.
And remember, it's not just about the Saturday's bloody assault. Look at these visuals on your screen. These are the visuals of the rockets that are being fired by the Hamas terrorists from Gaza to Tel Aviv, which is from Palestine to Israel. Look at the visuals. It looks like fireworks, but why you see the light that you do is because of the Iron Dome, the ones that intercept the missiles and the rockets that come in from the side of Palestine into Israel. So that is the safety protection that Israel has, that these rockets do not touch and go into the territory. But in the sky, this is what was witnessed late into the midnight, which is only reflective of the fact that for now there is this counter-strike that is also taking place. Israel has also fired rockets and missiles into the Gaza Strip. But look at how the rockets are being fired into. Let's dip into the audio of that.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
शिवसेना हमारी नेचुरल एलाय है, राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस ये हमारी पॉलिटिकल एलाय है।
इलीगल सरकार बैठी हुई है, वो सत्ता में जयते हैं। अगर सत्य बोलो तो डराते हैं, धमकाते हैं। ऐसे देश नहीं चलता है।
राष्ट्रपति शासन लगाने का आइडिया ही शरद पवार जी का था।
No question is going with vision.
In 2022 June, the NCP MLAs, all 51, our desire at that time was to join a BJP-led government in Maharashtra.
All the allegations made against the NCP were politically motivated.
Is rapidly changing with new power ingredients making way. For instance, retinol can soon be passé probably thanks to bakuchiol, which does the same job as retinol with minimal side effects. Even Deepika Padukone stabs it. Retinol is not well tolerated by many, causing intense sensitivity to some. Bakuchiol, on the other hand, can be called retinol's gentler cousin, which is natural, less irritating, and a vegan alternative. Deep exfoliating scrubs are now replaced with peeling pads with glycolic and salicylic acid, which is Dermat approved. I tried them and found them even better than the in-clinic peels. FCL, for instance, is specially formulated for the Indian skin.
You know, acid pads don't suit every skin. You have to take advice, professional advice, before you start using them, because some skins just react to them. And if it suits you, I think once in 2 weeks is good enough, not more frequently than that.
Natural is overrated. Everything natural is not good for your skin. Even poison ivy is natural. Does that mean you start applying or having it? No, right? If you are trying to look at natural options, look for products that are of medical grade that contain only pure, high-quality ingredients that are natural but far more concentrated to help treat and heal with myriad skin concerns. My personal favorite is vitamin C serum and an active serum that treats the skin well.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
The upcoming festive season also means massive discounts and sales by e-commerce giants Amazon and Flipkart. Both have teased their mega sales but have not announced the dates just as yet. What also accompanies these sales are massive logistical efforts to ensure products reach customers on time. BTTV's Karishma Sudani visited an Amazon fulfillment center in Bengaluru and spoke to the company's operations VP, Abhinav Singh.
It's an army of Amazon team that's working right there. Tell me what exactly happens once a consumer clicks the buy button, the kind of processes that go on.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question.
when you click buy, the first thing that happens is we figure out which is the best place to fulfill your order from. Right? Right now you're staying in Delhi, and if you're a Prime customer, which I hope you are, you would then be expecting the delivery of that package the same day or the very next day. So we will try and make sure it gets fulfilled from a customer fulfillment center very close to you in Delhi or on the outskirts of Delhi. That decision is happening real time. So before you get to the promise page, there is an inventory check being done to decide where to put the order. Once you have decided to buy, there is an order drop, we call it, but basically an electronic signal goes to the fulfillment center and onto people's devices so that they can go and pick your order. From there, it goes to the packing station. On the packing station, we use machine learning algorithms to determine what is the right box size to send the stuff to you in. If you've ordered two things, which is the best box to fit those two things in and yet not send you a box which is big and harmful for the environment. By the way, a quick segue, you would have noticed that all the packages coming from a fulfillment center are 100% paper. We eliminated single-use plastic 2 years ago, and recently we have moved all our packaging to paper packaging.
Visuals coming in from the Aligarh Muslim University, where a section of students was seen holding out a rally in support of Palestine, shouting Allahu Akbar slogans. These are the visuals on your screen about the AMU stands with Palestine. These are the Aligarh Muslim University students backing Palestine on the day when innocents have been butchered in Israel, and there have been elderly women, children who have been taken hostage by the Hamas terror group and have been taken over. There's no information. Many have been killed in Israel on a day when the world is condemning the terror attacks in Israel by the Hamas terror groups. Aligarh Muslim University students taking out a rally in support of Palestine, shouting Allahu Akbar slogans. Let's go across quickly to my colleague Samarth Srivastava. Samarth, are these yesterday evening visuals? Why the rally in support of Palestine on a day like this? What are you picking up?
See, Pooja, such saddening visuals coming from Aligarh Muslim universities, and what we are getting, the visuals are from yesterday when a student group raised slogans in support of Palestine and in a way condemning the attack, the retaliatory action by the Israeli forces on those terrorists who attacked the Israel cities, kidnapped many, murdered many, and also abducted many. Also, what we are getting, that many students were also stuck in that particular war zone, and at that time, with placards in their hands in support of Palestine, they are raising religious slogans in support of Palestine. At a time when Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, is condemning the attack and is speaking in support of Israel, the students of Aligarh Muslim University are raising religious slogans and are standing in support. They did not just started the protest, they even took out that particular march on the roads of Aligarh from college. Many students, what we are getting from the sources, that many students raised such slogans with placard in their hands and supporting the Palestinians and condemning the attack by the Israeli
On a day
forces.
that Israel is mourning the loss of innocent civilians, so many families ripped apart and killed, butchered, raped, and so many other disturbing images that are coming forth. On a day like that, to be holding out such a rally, perhaps they should have given it another thought. Thank you so much for now, Samar Srivastav, getting us that visual from Aligarh Muslim University. Now, there were saddening and disturbing visuals from different parts of United States of America and Canada too, that took out rallies for Palestine, in support of Palestine. Sadly, there have been even cheering, jeering, celebrating the murder of Israeli civilians. And this is not being done secretively, but on camera. And there are places, for example, this is Manchester in England. While Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister, has said complete support for Israel, this is Canada. Look at the gathering of celebration while children were killed, terrorized. Women have been taken captive. This is Washington, D.C., supporting Palestinians. These are the visuals coming in.
یک جلوه‌ای از مقاومت و ایستادگی در مقابل رژیم پوشالی صهیونیستی که حقیقتاً این پیروزی رو باید به مردم فلسطین، به مجاهدین فلسطینی، به همه گروه‌های فلسطینی و به امت اسلامی تبریک گفت.
And I'm now going across immediately to Israel, because on the ground right now is India Today. India Today's managing editor Gaurav Sawant, who for years has covered different conflicts across the world, today is in Israel, and now I want to welcome him into this telecast. And Gaurav, whether it's Libya, whether it's Ukraine war that you've covered, and now you are in Israel, how is the situation looking like? How prepared do you think Israel is? Because it was a surprise attack they didn't expect. And we are talking at a time when there is a section that is, in many parts of the world, are supporting the Hamas terror actions also.
Israel, like India, for very long has been talking about global double standards on terrorism. The images that are horrifying the world today are images that India has grappled with for decades. And these double standards when it comes to radical Islamist terror. Of course, Israel has always stood by India. And today, when we speak to people on ground here, they actually say we thank India for standing with Israel, because this was a massacre. This was perhaps what you read about a katleam or a massacre of innocent civilians. That's exactly what happened in Israel. And that too, one of the Indologists I spoke to here, he said, like, you have the Mahakumbh in India. The Kumbh Mela is a congregation where people from across the country get together and religious ceremonies are held and prayers are held. This was Israel's equivalent of the Mahakumbh, where everyone had gathered for a holy holiday. And that is where this massacre of innocent civilians took place on Saturday. That innocent massacre has actually shocked Israel. Nobody ever thought something like this could happen with Israel, given its security forces, given its intelligence agencies, given the amount of technology that's invested in counter-terror operations, or to know what's going on in the enemy's territory. A lot of equipment that India has bought to keep an eye on what's happening on the other side of the border is Israeli equipment. But all of that, for some reason, did not seem to work at all. The intelligence system collapsed because, Pooja, you'd recall, and people here are asking the Benjamin Netanyahu government that question, if the Hamas was putting together 5,000 rockets and more, if this kind of weaponry was being gathered, if training was given to a large number of people, then the intelligence agencies should have known, and then the nation should have been better prepared to protect its borders. It's not a very big border. It's not like, the India-Pakistan line of control or the India-China line of actual control. This is a restricted border, and even there, Hamas terrorists, in a very organized manner, managed to bring in heavy earth movers and bulldozers and breach the fence. Last when I was reporting from Israel, we were told that if anyone comes close to the fence, the Israelis are well within their rights to take that threat out or to neutralize that threat. But for some reason, because was it the festival? Was everyone on leave? What went wrong? Did the systems get hacked? That the Hamas was able to come breach the security fence, come in deep, launch an attack, and take prisoners back. after massacring people, the initial information you'd recall was 20 killed, 30 killed, 40 killed. When that number was rising to 100 killed, we thought it was the worst that had taken place. And suddenly today, the information is 700 plus killed. It's as far as Israel is concerned, this is worse than 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks and 9/11 being put together in the context of a very small country like Israel.
And
so they're
still
saying
test
this is
ahead, Gaurav.
their 9/11 and 26/11 moment, and they will ensure
Because
that the threat is neutralized completely.
Because there is a hostage situation presently. There are children, elderly women, young women. We have seen heartbreaking visuals of young women soaked in blood being taken away by these Hamas terrorists and clearly looking assaulted and abused. And all of that will also be now a test to bring them back safely. So many families have been devastated by these Hamas terrorists. The world is watching how Israel tackles it. And stay tuned, because Gaurav Sawant is on the ground in Israel, and through the day you'll have this exclusive ground coverage by India Today reporters on the ground.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Okay, I'm going to take some time playing on this particular setup. Kind of interesting. I want to see whether it can actually replace a PlayStation console-like setup. That's what Apple promises. We'll know in the coming weeks and months. Another thing that I usually spend a lot of time on is YouTube. There's a lot of cool things you can do, but I honestly think if you were to do a survey about what content or what type of content Indians were watching, they'd say it was tech today across the multiverse, and especially when we do put out our content on YouTube. But that's just me saying it, and I have vested interests. I think it'll be very important to hear what YouTube India has to say in the upcoming special report.
The fact, Ishan, that all these content creators are here is the reason, why India loves watching video content on YouTube. But tell me, what has made news in India? What do Indians love to watch?
I'm probably stating the obvious over here, Karishma, but Indians love to watch video. And we think one of those reasons is because of our deep-rooted history in cinema and in music. But we also think it's because video as a format transcends literary barriers. You don't need to be able to read and write English or Hindi in order to be able to consume video. So we're seeing that video is very often the first port of call for Indians who are seeking out information or entertainment. The other thing that has changed is that technology has now made it easy for anyone to create content. And so that's blurring the lines between who a viewer is and who a creator is. And that is breathing new life into existing content genres that have been on YouTube for a long time: gaming, cooking, tech, beauty, for example. But it's also leading to the creation of new content genres. One is an interest in a revival in the interest in culture. So we have poetry and Hindi Shairi, which is becoming a big community. We see communities forming around science, general knowledge, facts, motivation. And of course, learning has been an evergreen area for us, where people come to YouTube to learn about academic content, vocational content, as well as hobby-related content. But the other thing that's very interesting is languages and the impact that that's playing. Today, you can find content and music on YouTube, but not just in English, Hindi, and other major languages, but across, for example, in music, Haryanvi, Bhojpuri, or Punjabi. And if you're looking for content in specific dialects from Kottayam or Rajamandri or Madurai, it's all available on YouTube today. And in fact, we recently did a study with Oxford Economics, which found that 80% of users believe that they can easily find content in their preferred language on YouTube.
Well, like I said at the start of the show, this particular episode is packed to the brim with quality content, just like a Mumbai local. If you didn't get that reference, well, I take it back. But what I'm trying to tell you is there's so much more in the second half of the show. So I'll see you on the other side of a commercial break.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
So how does AI diagnostics really work? Which are the machines that are being used to predict how well you're really going to be? Now, India Today visited some of these labs across the country that are predicting how well you will be in the near future. They are doing these scans and these tests, studying data, and data analytics really is at the heart of predictive analysis. Take a look at this report.
Cervical cancer develops in a woman's cervix, that's the entrance to the uterus from the vagina. Almost all cervical cancer cases, that's 99% of them, are linked to infection with high-risk human papillomaviruses or HPV, an extremely common virus transmitted through sexual contact. It can be easily prevented as it has a long precancerous phase which can be detected if women screen themselves regularly. Screening for cervical cancer using colposcopy. During a colposcopy, the doctor closely studies the cervix with a colposcope, a special magnifying instrument with a bright light that allows for quick and accurate diagnosis. AI-based dual fluorescent colposcope, which uses blue light in addition to regular light, increases visibility and accurately identifies early stages of cancer. This is a highly sensitive screening tool. The AI-powered machine for its early analysis for leukemia is AI100, the flagship product of Sigtuple, an Indian firm that builds AI-powered software to analyze medical imaging data.
Our first product, it's called AI100 with Shonit. AI100 is the digital microscope, automated digital microscope, which is also AI-driven. And Shonit is the AI-driven analyzer for blood smears. These blood smears are reviewed to detect various kind of disorders like blood cancers, different types of infections, anemias, and so on and so forth. So the Shonit actually automatically detects the different types of cells in blood, the white blood cells, red blood cells, platelets, and categorizes them into different classes and subclasses, normal and abnormal, and presents that result to the pathologist for review remotely.
The Delhi-headquartered Dr. Dang Lab is mastering allergy diagnostics. They've introduced Allergenius DX, an advanced molecular allergy diagnostics test utilizing cutting-edge microarray technology and nanoparticles. Priced at about 25,000 rupees, this test can accurately detect potential.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Extra taste from Indian Oil.
A very good morning. You're watching India's Agenda. I'm Sneha Murdani. Israel continues to be a top focus right here. Let's take a quick check of the headlines this Monday morning first. Israel forces pledge ground invasion on Hamas. Intensifies attack on Gaza. Terror kills over 370 terrorists in Gaza Strip. Over 100 held hostage by Hamas terrorists. Horrifying images of families held hostage emerge. Support grows for Palestine across the globe. Rallies in US, Canada and UK to back Hamas. Terror attacks cheered by Hamas backers. Global backing for Israel amid massive terror attacks. US orders to move carrier strike group closer to Israel. And we have some breaking news just coming in from Israel. This is a heartbreaking video of a father saving his entire family who escaped through the window as Hamas terrorists broke into their house, and he didn't make it. My colleague and our managing editor Gaurav Sawant is joining us live from Ground Zero. Gaurav, in fact, is in Tel Aviv getting us the very latest. Right now, Gaurav, this is heartbreaking. Just explain to us, Gaurav, what really happened there.
You know, these are images that have been captured from CCTV cameras, and as you rightly pointed out, Sneha, they're truly heartbreaking. In this image, just as the fighting started, just as the Hamas terrorists came into Israel, families secure at home realized that they were not even safe at home, because some of these terrorists actually were barging into homes, abducting people, killing people. The women, the children, the elderly were being massacred by the Hamas, as these images also show. In this particular image, a father is trying to rescue and save his family. He's trying to save his children. So from a window, you know, the first child goes out, the second child goes out, the family goes out, and each and every time he's able to, and you know, there's firing apparently happening in the backdrop. So while each and every child goes out safely from that firing, the moment the father is trying to step out, he's shot at and he's killed. So he managed to save his family. He managed to save his most loved ones, but he couldn't save his own life. And he was killed in this firing by the Hamas terrorists. From what we've been able to gather on ground is that the terrorists who came in had months of planning and training. In fact, the Hamas, you'd be surprised and shocked to hear, is actually now putting out its training videos. It's putting out videos in social media to show how they trained for this offensive, how they trained on hang gliders to be able to come into, to come across the fence into Israel and then come with their weapons cocked. So this is almost like military grade training that they'd been given for a low-level incursion. You've read about this in Second World War, stories that you read, but this is exactly what they did in this asymmetrical warfare. It's almost as if it's a special forces operation by the Hamas, that they use these hang gliders. They trained on hang gliders, used them to come in with their weapons cocked, and then when a festival was going on, they just opened fire indiscriminately at people, killing a very, very large number of people here in Israel. That number that we started off with, initially the information was 20 killed or 40 killed. Now that number unfortunately stands at more than 700 killed and hundreds taken hostage across that fence into the Gaza Strip. So this place, I mean, as you look all around me, all you see is our soldiers, whether it's the police, whether it's the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, or it's the reservists who've now been called out. All around me, all you see are soldiers who are preparing perhaps for this big ground offensive that may take place in the near future. As the Prime Minister of this country said, the aim is to take out the threat completely and decimate the Hamas.
Well, absolutely. The ground offensive that Israel has promised against Gaza. Be with us, Gaurav. Coming back to you in a moment from now. Ashutosh Mishra. Also, my colleague is on Ground Zero. He too is in Tel Aviv. Gaurav and Ashutosh are getting us up to speed with every single development in the country that has been hit by terrorists from Gaza. This is the Hamas Islamist terrorists who attacked Israel Saturday 6:30 a.m. when this attack started. Ashutosh, give us an overview of the situation. Which are the worst hit areas in Israel, and how badly is the capital city also affected? If you could give us a sense of that. Ashutosh.
Well, Sneha, undoubtedly, Serdut and Escalating, the two areas in the southern part of Israel that remain worst affected, and of course all the adjoining areas remain under threat. In fact, even last night several rockets were seen falling in Escalating, and there particularly the hotels were under attack. Now, what we are also learning from the sources, 10 citizens from Nepal who were in Israel have been killed, and this is coming confirmation from the Nepali embassy in Israel. So indeed, the number of casualties is gradually going higher, and more, the matter of concern is that the Israeli people who were taken hostage by Hamas and have been taken to the Gaza, those areas. So that remain a major challenging task for the IDF to strike down not only those areas but also evacuate. In fact, Al-Karbi Mosque in Al-Shanti Camp Gaza, that was also struck down, because that's where the mosque, the slogans were being raised against Israel, that kill Israel. So those kind of videos were violent. So all of a sudden the airstrike has been done. Remember, the massive platoon of the Air Force has been launched by the airstrike. So all these pockets, as the Israel said, that we will strike down. As far as city is concerned, the capital, this is just a calm before storm. Already Israel has announced a war against Hamas. But moreover, as the Gaurav was explaining about the preparedness and the preparation that was done by Hamas, it was not just a one day off, because they knew it's a Saturday, it's going to be a holiday, and the people will be quite, casually relaxing. And that was the day chosen by Hamas terrorists, and using the glider, even the sea route, land route, every pocket were breached by those Hamas terrorists. And indeed, the security establishments were totally caught, unaware about the situation, and also it's a massive intelligence failure. But now, since the strike is being done, more than 5,000 rockets were fired. And now in terms of retaliation, not just Gaza Strip, but all around those particular pockets, which could be the den of the Hamas terrorists, is being struck down. But subsequently, it is also, the global diplomacy which is playing out. Largely, you see all the countries are siding with Israel. They're supporting Israel and their operation and their right to defend. But moreover, there are certain Middle East countries which are also extending support to the Hamas and to the Palestinian organizations. So, that amidst of all these confrontation, end of the day, it is the people who are literally terrified in Israel, usually a calm city and particularly capital city. There have not been so much threat, over the years. Of course, Israel remained under the target of the Hamas, but capital city was never targeted. But this time, what has happened on this Saturday has literally terrified Israel. And now the retaliation is being done. Every pocket, every area. In fact, the forces are being mobilized in a huge number to settle to Escalation. And as far as reserve forces of IDF, Israel Defense Forces, are concerned, the civilians who have picked up the gun as part of the IDF, those reserve forces are now guarding this territory, this pocket. Of course, Iron Dome, the air protection shield of the Tel Aviv, has also been turned on. And eventually, what you see on the street, this is just another day, just routine life, just another Monday for Tel Aviv. But what they have seen, what they have witnessed on Saturday, the way they are terrified. Perhaps a lady wants to say something. Yes, please go ahead.
I want to, excuse me, in English not good, but I want to say, in the Hamas, in the Shahidim, in the killed children, mother, grandmother, why? Where in Israel? Where in Rosh Hamimshala Bibi? Where are you going? You live in Go? I am sorry, I am but...
Well, I may not understand your language, but I can understand your emotions and the sentiment of the people. After all, they have seen a massacre, literally a massacre by the terror organizations, and the way they have unleashed the violence, terror in not only just one city, Tel Aviv, but across the Israel, particularly the southern part. This is all the people how are reacting here. Indeed, the commotions are high, emotions are high. Of course, you don't need to understand any language what the people say, but what they say is very much clearly one can understand. After all, the people are terrified here.
Well, absolutely. That's the sentiment, really. They're terrified, they're worried, they don't know what hit them. It's a disturbing situation. Gaurav, a sense of about 18,000 Indians in Israel right now. The government of India has looked into their situation. What is being done to help them, to get them out of Israel? What more can you tell us about that, Gaurav?
So, as of now, people are being asked to stay put where they are. The airports are open. Should somebody want to come back or leave, they may want to. But, what's amazing is the fact that the flight that we were on board, that was a completely packed flight. Israelis from across the world, they are actually coming back to be a part of their nation, to be with their families and to fight for their nation. We spoke to several youngsters who were on the flight yesterday. Unfortunately, they weren't willing to speak on camera, but their point was that this is a time when our nation needs us, and we will go back and we will be there. So this is what is happening now. This entire country is coming together to stand as one and then fight back. The protests that were happening here, some of the issues that this country was grappling with, everything is now on the back burner. The main aim is the biggest attack that's taken place on Israel, they will fight back as one people. Point one. Point two, could this have happened by a ragtag terrorist organization? Clearly, no. Those who attacked Israel actually studied Israel's defense and security system very closely. The whole world talks about Israel's Iron Dome system. Now, the Iron Dome are those close quarter missile interceptors that are put all around very sensitive locations here. For example, where we are standing right now, in the heart of Tel Aviv, and this is like the city center, there would be a missile defense shield should there be an incoming rocket. And last night there were some sirens that went off. Now, should there be an incoming rocket, then the Iron Dome system gets activated, the radar spot that incoming rocket, and then an interceptor missile goes in and destroys that. And these are very, very expensive missiles. The Hamas actually studied the system well and countered it. How? A barrage of thousands of rockets coming together. The Iron Dome was actually overwhelmed. So this is not the work of some ragtag terrorist organization. And within Israel, they say that this has to be the work of the Iranian army or the Iranian forces who actually studied the system well and then planned an offensive. These rockets are very inexpensive. The system that's used, the Iron Dome system, is extremely expensive. So, the moment one rocket comes in, there are multiple interceptor missiles that go out. And that is where the moment these missiles got over, the more rockets that came in, they caused a lot of damage. So now Israel will have to grapple with dealing with this threat in times to come. The Iron Dome saved them so far. Now it'll have to be something different and something more lethal. That's where the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says that they will decimate the threat at source, which is destroying Hamas in the Gaza Strip. But will it be restricted to destroying Hamas at Gaza Strip or the backers of Hamas wherever they may be? That's the issue the world will have to grapple with in the times ahead, Sneha.
Right. Be with us, Gaurav. Just coming back to you and to Ashutosh in a moment from now. But these are details that we have with us as far as a fresh rocket attack at midnight by Hamas Islamist terrorists from Gaza to Tel Aviv and surrounding areas is concerned. The Iron Dome interceptors are actively thwarting these rockets. The Ben Gurion International Airport is also under rocket attack is what we are learning. Gaurav continues to be with us and so does Ashutosh. For that particular attack, Gaurav, what are the details that you have picked up? The airport is under rocket attack. It's crucial because that's from the airport essentially where a lot of people are leaving Israel, particularly those who don't live there, foreign nationals who are in fact there. And that's a crucial aspect to look at in terms of the evacuation efforts are concerned. Gaurav?
Sneha, you're absolutely right. In fact, it's the Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv. We also landed at the same airport late last night, and the Air India flight, you'd recall, a day earlier was cancelled, and Air India called off all flights to Israel, given the threat. Even last time when we were reporting from Israel, we were told that the Ben Gurion Airport is in the line of rocket fire. But then the defense mechanism around the airport is immense. The fact that our flight came in, the fact that other flights are coming in, and it's virtually the flights are coming in from all over the world at this point of time. So people are coming out and people are going and leaving. Airport is not shut. However, the threat remains. If operations intensify in the days and weeks ahead, then the apprehension is that you'd recall when we were reporting from Ukraine, we had flown in into the country, but we could not fly out because the airports were shut. But that was a different scenario. Again, this is asymmetrical warfare. Here, the bigger threat is of a terror strike, and a terror strike that could happen anywhere, especially when a large army is now going to neutralize the threat. So the situation here, as of now, is very, very grim, very precarious. And that is why if you look all around me, let me try and show you some of these images. You have the police that's deployed here, you have the army that's deployed here, and all around where you see this area is very, very heavily fortified. You see those young soldiers going to their work. This is an area where you also have a large number of reservists who are being called in. So all around me, you do notice a lot of police personnel, a lot of army personnel, and that is because this is a country that's at war with terror. It's been announced by the Prime Minister. The massacre has been intense. We've seen 700 plus people being killed. and a large number of people unaccounted for. And on the other side, the Hamas hasn't given up. The Hamas continues to strike. And this is where, Sneha, this operation is only set to intensify in the days and weeks ahead.
Coming back to you for more on that. We have more details coming in right now. These are Israeli airstrikes that we're reporting out just now as we speak near the shore in central Gaza, causing a large explosion with multiple secondaries suggesting a weapons depot was under struck. This again is extremely crucial, Gaurav, from the point of hits. The weapon depot getting struck, basically trying to cripple the Israeli army there essentially. Gaurav.
The aim is to cripple the Hamas. You're absolutely right. The aim is to cripple the threat that comes Israel's way. So all along, if you notice, the leadership of Hamas, that's being taken out. Their camps are being destroyed. Places where they stay, places from where they launch attacks, they are being taken out. And Israel is using every bit of its assets in terms of whether they're the drones, whether they're the aircraft, whether they're the rockets and missiles. Everything that they have right now is being used to decimate the threat. At the same time, trying to ensure that their hostages they're able to rescue. One of the officials we'd spoken to said their main aim was to first ensure that the hostages are brought out safe as quickly as possible. A task easier said than done. 2, put the fence back once again. And 3, ensure that the threat doesn't hit again. The fact that the threat is now intensified, the fact that hang gliders are being used by terrorists. So far they were using tunnels. So far they were also using some light drones. But hang gliders being used to come in commando-style strikes. All of that goes on to indicate that Hamas has upped the game. It's Israel now that's destroying through intelligence-based operations whether it's an ammunition depot, a storage camp, a terror training camp, leadership of Hamas. The effort is to take them out by all means possible.
Absolutely. More news coming in. Israel retaliates after terror attacks. Airstrikes on the Al-Karbi Mosque in Gaza. Israel forces the bomb mosque in Gaza's Al-Shati. Israel vows ground invasion into Gaza. The government there clearly said that they are ready, in fact, for an incursion as far as the ground is concerned, an offensive rather on the ground, and that's what they're doing right now, vis-a-vis the government's promises of retaliation and to bring out all these terrorists from belonging to the Hamas group. Gaurav.
You're absolutely right. It's a matter of time before Israeli forces go in once again. But the end game is the question. You know, it's easier to get into a conflict. End game and extraction is very important. Otherwise, it becomes endless and more lives are lost. And Israel has seen this. To govern the Hamas-held territory, either by remote control or by being on ground, it can be a temporary measure, but cannot be a permanent solution or a long-lasting solution to that situation. So this is where, when Israel goes in, which many argue they will, there are tunnels that the terrorists have used in the past. Now, if you go back, you could be trapped. And if you go in, the Israeli forces could be trapped in a very big way for a long haul. Are they in for a long haul? Or have they declared that they will take out the Hamas leadership? They will destroy all their camps, and they will ensure that they don't have the teeth to strike them once again, at least for some time. If that is the goal, we will know that in the next couple of days. All of that is being war game, even as you and I speak, because for Israel, the threat is multifold, and the threat is not restricted just to this one border at Gaza Strip. The threat could actually escalate on the other border, which is the border with Syria and Lebanon. And there was some symbolic strikes, as experts here tell us. In the terms in disputed areas, some rockets fell, but Hezbollah could get activated. Iran, if it activates the Hezbollah, then there will be a multi-front war. While Israel has war-gamed it all through its existence, and that is what the Yom Kippur War 50 years back was all about. But asymmetrical warfare in that nature, grey zone warfare in that nature, would be extremely, extremely difficult and would lead to more losses of lives and property in the times ahead. So, Does international diplomacy play a role here? Does America come in and play a bigger role, not just in terms of supplying weapons and systems to this country and giving intelligence inputs, but even more, assistance from America remains to be seen, because Sneha, the information is that there are also some American citizens who've been held hostage. Not officially confirmed in the sense that we do not know their names, but we do know the information here is that even American civilians have been held hostage by the Hamas.
Will absolutely be with us. We'll just come back to you for more on that. Gaurav, in fact, there is more news as far as Israel is concerned, and Israel forces have killed Hamas infiltrators. Israel's most says, in fact, that most Hamas terrorists are killed. Israel says 6 active sites are fighting in Gaza that they're looking at, and there are multiple attacks in several cities. In the Gaza Strip particularly, have hit 1,148 terror targets. Gaurav, give us a sense of how difficult or how big a task this is to eliminate Hamas in this particular region. Yes, there are proxies, but as far as the active terrorists belonging to the group and very much functional and active in the Gaza Strip, what do the numbers really look like? What are we talking about?
So if we were to talk about the current operations that you are referring to, a general of the Israeli army just said that they've neutralized at least 10, the information is at least 10 to 15 Hamas terrorists have been neutralized. They were holding ground, and this is now because the Israeli army has moved in. When you talk about counter-terror operations in an urban warfare scenario, you have to go lane to lane, door to door, house to house, room to room clearance. It's a very painstaking, time-consuming job where there is massive risk to life of the soldiers and also civilians who could be there, because Hamas fighters could also be in some homes. When we started off talking about this story on Saturday, post the army moving in, there were 21 active sites. Now from 21, though, they've been reduced, as you were also mentioning, to 6 active sites, which means Hamas terrorists are still being neutralized in 6 areas, and these are within Israel. There were multiple localities, multiple villages, multiple settlements where the Hamas terrorists had come in and they had taken people hostage. So each locality is being cleared and the army is being deployed there. The security forces are being deployed there. Early in the morning, you could also see massive trucks moving from here. They were carrying massive construction material, because now the fence is being set up once again. The moment that fence is set up, there will be a level of security. But do remember that terrorists in the past have used tunnels to come in, but not in the large numbers that they came in this time. So as of now, the information is 6 active sites still there, closer to the fence, closer to that barrier between Gaza Strip and in the localities between Gaza Strip and southern Israel. But right now, all those 6, perhaps in the next 24 to 48 hours, should also be completely cleared. Perhaps only that the ground operations will begin.
Gaurav, I'm going to in fact keep coming back to you for more on that. Gaurav is getting us all of those details live from Tel Aviv. On Ground Zero, Ashutosh Mishra is also with us. Our focus continues on the war that has broken out in this region. Israel being attacked by Hamas. It started on Saturday and it has only snowballed as far as this situation in Israel is concerned and in the Gaza Strip is concerned. That continues to be our top focus. For the moment, it's time for a quick commercial break here.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
शिवसेना हमारी नेचुरल एलाय है राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस ये हमारी पॉलिटिकल एलाय है।
इलीगल सरकार बैठी हुई है, वो सत्ता में विजयते हैं। अगर सत्य बोलो तो डराते हैं, धमकाते हैं। ऐसे देश नहीं चलता है।
राष्ट्रपति शासन लगाने का आइडिया ही शरद पवार जी का था।
No question is going with BJP.
In 2022 June, the NCP MLAs, all 51, our desire at that time was to join a BJP-led government in Maharashtra.
All the allegations made against the NCP were politically motivated.
In this moment of tragedy, I want to say to them and to the world and to terrorists everywhere that the United States stands with Israel. We will not ever fail to have their back. We'll make sure that they have the help their citizens need and they can continue to defend themselves. You know, when I spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu this morning, I told him the United States stands with the people of Israel in the face of these terrorist assaults. Israel has the right to defend itself and its people. Full stop. There's never justification for terrorist attacks. And my administration's support for Israel's security is rock solid and unwavering.
Hello everyone, this is Anita Brito in conversation with the one and only Shyam Kaushal. Hello sir, कैसे हो आप?
हेलो नमस्कार जी।
अभी भी आप कंटिन्यू कर रहे हो और आपके बहुत अच्छे लाइनअप्स है, जैसे आपने बोला डंकी है, फिर आपके पास जो बंगाली मूवी है वो भी है।
ये बंगला बंधु।
हाँ जी। प्लीज उसके बारे में थोड़ा इन डेप्थ बात कीजिए, थोड़ा डंकी के बारे में हमें बात कीजिए। इट्स एन ऑल एंड आउट एक्शन फिल्म?
नो, इट इज नॉट ए, देयर इज एक्शन इन इट।
बट मुझे ये जानना है आपसे, ये पर्सनल क्वेश्चन है, आपको सबसे ज्यादा कौन से एक्टर के साथ काम करके मजा आया, मुझे ये बताइए।
मैंने अमित जी के साथ काम किया, अमित जी से लेके सभी के साथ जितने भी आगे ना सभी के साथ काम किया, फिर जो साउथ के भी मोस्टली सुपरस्टार्स उनके साथ भी काम किया। पर आज तक भगवान की दुआ से कभी किसी के साथ इशू नहीं हुआ, कभी कुछ नहीं हुआ, सबसे प्यार ही मिला है। तो मेरा एक मानना होता है, जैसा मैं आज भी ओपनली बोलता हूँ कि पिछले मैं 43 साल में मेरे को कोई बुरा आदमी नहीं मिला। तो मैं कभी सोचता नहीं हूँ कि अगर कुछ कमियां होंगी तो मेरे में होंगी, कोई बुरा आदमी नहीं है कोई भी ऐसा। जब मैं एक्टर्स मेरे जो छोटे हैं जैसा रणबीर सिंह, रणबीर कपूर, अर्जुन कपूर, उन्होंने मेरे साथ शुरू किया, जब भी मिलते पैर छूते हैं ऐसा बच्चों की तरह। तो आप अगर उनको प्यार देते हो तो आपको सामने से प्यार मिलेगा ही।
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Hamas launched a surprise assault on Israel on Saturday, its biggest in years. Gunmen from the Palestinian Islamist movement crossed from Gaza into Israeli towns in an unprecedented infiltration. Hamas also fired a heavy barrage of rockets into Israel. We are at war, said Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and the enemy will pay an unprecedented price. Israel's military said its forces were operating inside Gaza, but gave no details. Hamas military commander Mohammed Deif said the group had fired 5,000 rockets. This is the day of the Great Revolution to end the last occupation on earth, he says. This video obtained by Reuters shows Palestinians pulling what appears to be the body of an Israeli soldier from a tank on the Gaza border as Palestinians cheer. Another, released by the Hamas armed wing, is said to show fighters overrunning an Israeli military camp. Warning sirens sounded across southern and central Israel. This was the aftermath of the deadly attack in Rehovot. Israeli media reported gun battles between bands of Palestinian fighters and security forces, in one of the most serious escalations in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in years. The Israeli military said it had launched airstrikes into Gaza, where witnesses reported hearing heavy explosions. A Palestinian bulldozer broke through the border fence, and people streamed out of Gaza to cries of "God is great." In Gaza itself, people rushed to buy supplies in anticipation of days of conflict ahead. Some evacuated their homes and headed for shelters.
Air quality today. In Delhi, 166. In Mumbai, 134. In Kolkata, 94. In Bengaluru, 38. In Chennai, 30. In Hyderabad, 94.
And we have more images coming in. These are pictures, in fact, of Israel amping up attack against Gaza, terror. Thermal images of Israeli attacks on Gaza. These are jets, Israeli jets bombing Hamas terror bases. 370 terrorists killed in Gaza by the Israeli army. These are pictures, in fact, coming in right now as far as the Israeli offensive is concerned. Thermal pictures of the Israeli attacks right now against Gaza. Thermal images of Israeli attacks on Gaza with jets bombing the Hamas terror bases. In fact, several terror bases have been bombed already by Israel. It has started its counter-offensive in the Gaza Strip, essentially after the attack started by the Hamas terrorist group early in the morning on Saturday. We'll be going across to my colleagues on ground zero from Tel Aviv, Gaurav Sawant and Ashutosh Mishra, getting us up to speed with that. But here are the details of what you see on your screens right now. These are thermal images of the Israeli offensive. This is the Israel amping up the attack against Gaza. Thermal images of Israeli attacks on Gaza. In fact, Israel has also said that several Hamas terrorists have, in fact, been killed already. Israel has already announced the launching of the war in Gaza, promising to bring out all of these terrorists and also destroy their bases is what Israel has promised against Hamas. In fact, Israel continues to pound Gaza, and these are pictures, in fact, coming in, and several of these thermal images of terrorists being bombed in this fashion. Israel has declared war and has spoken about the fact that there are going to be significant steps as by way of retaliation. Israel continues to batter Gaza after suffering its bloodiest attack in decades. Israel-Palestine war enters day 3. Fighters from Islamist group Hamas killed 700 Israelis and abducted dozens more as they attack Israeli towns. Israel has responded with a wave of airstrikes on targets inside Gaza as its soldiers battled Hamas fighters in the streets of southern Israeli towns. Over 400 Palestinians have been killed, 2,300 wounded, and more than 20,000 displaced by the Israeli strikes in Gaza. Israeli forces clashed with gunmen from the Palestinian group Hamas, vowing to make Palestine pay for an unprecedented price for the attack. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has declared Israel is at war.
לא נראה בישראל, ואני אדאג שזה לא יקרה יותר. הממשלה כולה מתייצבת מאחורי ההחלטה הזאת. צה"ל יפעיל מיד את כל עוצמתו כדי להשמיד את יכולות חמאס. נכה בהם עד חורמה, וננקום בעוצמה על היום השחור הזה שהם עוללו למדינת ישראל ולאזרחיה. כל המקומות שהחמאס מסתתר בהם, פועל מתוכם. נהפוך אותם לאיי חורבות. אני אומר לתושבי עזה, צאו משם עכשיו, כי אנחנו נפעל בכל מקום ובכל העוצמה.
The past days have been devastating for each and every Israeli. What we are witnessing are war crimes, blatant barbaric war crimes, slaughtering civilians, abusing hostages, taking babies from their mothers. There are no words to describe such savagery. Hamas's war crimes must be unequivocally condemned. This unimaginable atrocity must be condemned.
Our Air Force is attacking hundreds of Hamas Islamic Jihad targets in Gaza. We follow international law while exercising our right and responsibility to protect our civilians. The days ahead will be long and difficult. We have paid a heavy price, but we will restore security to the people of Israel.
אנחנו נגבה מחיר כבד מאוד מהחמאס, הוא ישלם על מה שהוא עשה, ואת הפעולה הזאת יזכרו בעזה ל-50 השנים הבאות, ויצטערו על זה שהם החלו בזה.
And earlier, my colleague Nabila Jamal spoke to Major Libby Weiss, the spokesperson of Israel Defense Forces, over the war situation.
Iran as a country is celebrating. We saw visuals, Major Libby. If you could step in on this, a quick word from you on the countries that are celebrating this attack and are tacitly supporting the Hamas terror organization. Do we know officially of any kind of substantial monetary help that Hamas is receiving from any of these countries, or help in terms of ammunition?
Well, we do know that over the last several years, Hamas has received significant support from Iran, and I think this speaks to a larger coalition that is really aimed at targeting Israeli civilians and aimed at wiping Israel off the map. Hamas is very open about this as their goal. We understand that they're working closely with others who share this kind of view, and I think this only really echoes the severity and the magnitude of this kind of attack on Israeli soil and against truly innocent Israeli civilians.
Major Libby, would you be able to establish for us the official numbers in terms of casualties in Israel, and also on the Palestinian side, if you have a report?
Well, of course, the number of casualties on the Israeli side is, of course, continuing to grow tragically. As of now, we're looking at northwards of 600 casualties on the Israeli side, thousands of injuries, some of those very, very severe injuries, and tens of people, Israelis who have been kidnapped into the Gaza Strip. So it is a very, very significant, tragic, horrific event that is taking place, and I fear that those numbers will be increasing in the next hours and days.
And do you believe you have help and you have enough that you have to fight back the Hamas terrorists at the moment? Do you feel confident?
We are doing everything. We are doing everything that we can. We, of course, will do whatever is possible and all options maintained available to us to protect our citizens and our home and to make sure that Hamas cannot do something like this again.
Thank you.
Hostage crisis day after attack on Israel. The government has revealed that over 100 people have been held as hostages after the Palestinian militant group Hamas launched its biggest attack on Israel in years. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has appointed former military commander Gal Hirsch as the coordinator for hostage and missing persons. Meanwhile, terrifying images of an Israeli hostage family kept as hostage by Hamas terrorists has surfaced online, where the entire family, including children, was seen pleading for mercy. Another disturbing video has surfaced that shows Israeli women being taken hostage. These images show that women are covered in blood, tied to their backs, their hands tied to their backs as Hamas militants push them inside cars while chanting religious slogans. Take a look at these pictures, and these are details just coming in right now. Watch how Hamas terrorists trained in broad daylight, and they have in fact released this video. The Hamas has released this video. Back-to-back attacks on Israel cities. Over 700 Israelis have been killed in terror attacks, and this is how the terrorists prepared for this carnage, essentially. These are pictures on your screen, and this video particularly has been released by Hamas. That just speaks volumes of how they essentially prepared for the attack that has left close to 1,000 people dead in Israel and just so many more injured. So many Israelis have been in fact killed in these terror attacks, and many of them injured, as Israel essentially has released this particular video showing how they in fact prepared or planned this horrific terror attack on Israel. This is a training video essentially that has been put out by terrorist group Hamas. Let's talk about the mastermind of this carnage in Israel. Mohammed Deif, Hamas mastermind. That's him. Originally, Diab Ibrahim Al-Masri, notoriously known as the Guest, studied in Islamic University of Gaza, studied under bomb maker Yahya Ayash, gave the first crude rocket to Hamas, part of attacks to sabotage Oslo, Accord plotted in fact in 1996. Also, suicide bombings were planned that killed 50 people at that point in time. As Israel reeled from a deadly attack by Hamas terrorists who broke through barriers around Gaza and roamed at will, killing scores of civilians in Israeli towns, Israel defense is in fact facing growing questions over how this disaster happened really. Were they caught napping? That's the big question. Here is a detailed report.
State-of-the-art network on logistics and planning. Anti-rocket, anti-dome system to defend the country from any surprise offences. Real-time intelligence, massive surveillance network, close-netted communications intelligence system. Support from the United States satellite-based anti-terror watch. And yet, a fortified country like Israel failed to foil the brazen terror offensive from Hamas terrorists and their carnage. As Israel reeled from a deadly attack by Hamas terrorists, which killed hundreds of civilians and border police personnel in Israeli towns, defense chiefs are now facing growing questions over how the disaster could have happened.
This is an attack that likely took years. It's been years in the making. I've identified at least a dozen armed Palestinian terrorist groups that have joined in, that have participated in this surprise attack in southern Israel. Some of them infiltrated Israel through the air, land. Others provided cover or they used diversionary tactics by launching a massive amount of rockets.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's right-wing government has always made a great play of its security credentials and taken an uncompromising stance towards the Palestinian terror groups, including Hamas, which has controlled Gaza since 2007. However, when the time came, Israel's security apparatus appeared to break down as a force of Hamas terrorists estimated in the hundreds broke through security fences and scattered into towns.
We see Hamas as responsible for the life of every Israeli that is now in Gaza, but we also know that Hamas is a proxy of Iran, that they couldn't pull this together without the help, the funding, the training of the Iranian government.
The Israel carnage is now being counted as among the world's worst intel failures and posing fresh challenges for the West Asian country facing hostile neighbors.
In a shocking turn of events, the world witnessed an unprecedented series of rocket attacks on Israel by the Palestinian armed group Hamas. Reacting to the distressing developments in Israel, leaders from around the world were quick to condemn the attacks and offer their solidarity with the nation. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also expressed his shock at the terrorist attacks on Israel. British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak echoed the sentiments, labelling the perpetrators as Hamas terrorists and affirming Israel's absolute right to self-defense. European Council President Charles Michel and also French President Emmanuel Macron also joined the chorus of condemnation. Meanwhile, Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Sunday spoke to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky as well as to German Chancellor Olaf Scholz and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni.
We've seen in Israel over the past 36 hours are truly horrifying. I want to express my absolute solidarity for the people of Israel. Now is not a time for equivocation, and I'm unequivocal. Hamas and the people who support Hamas are fully responsible for this appalling act of terror, for the murder of civilians and for the kidnapping of innocent people, including children. I've just spoken with Prime Minister Netanyahu to assure him of the UK's steadfast support as Israel defends itself against these appalling attacks. We will do everything that we can to help. Terrorism will not prevail.
This is the worst attack on Israel since 1973, the Yom Kippur War, almost exactly 50 years ago. But there's a fundamental difference. That was a war that was state to state, country to country, army to army. This is a massive terrorist attack that is gunning down Israeli civilians in their towns, in their homes, and as we've seen so graphically, literally dragging people across the border with Gaza, including a Holocaust survivor in a wheelchair, women and children. So you can imagine the impact this is having throughout Israel, and the world should be revolted at what it's seen.
With that, it's time for a quick break here. On the other side of this break, we're getting you details. The battle for 2024 Lok Sabha elections as well picks up speed, but our focus continues to be on the situation in Israel. As far as news back home in India is concerned, the dates of the assembly elections in 5 states, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Telangana and Mizoram are likely to be announced today.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
A big setback for AAP MP Raghav Chadha. A Delhi court has ruled that he has no right to occupy the government bungalow given to him after the allotment was cancelled. The allotment of a Type 7 bungalow on Pandara Road in Delhi to the Member of Parliament was revoked by the Rajya Sabha Secretariat in March. He was told that the allotment had been cancelled as Type 7 was higher than his entitlement as a first-time MP and he was allotted another flat. Subsequently, Raghav Chadha approached Delhi's Patiala House Court against the Rajya Sabha Secretariat and got a stay order against the dispossession in April. After the latest setback in court, Raghav Chadha has alleged that the cancellation of the duly allotted official accommodation was arbitrary and was done without giving him any notice. Raghav Chadha has also slammed the BJP, saying the allocation was cancelled at the behest of the ruling party to target the opposition.
This fight that I should have a bigger Type 7 type of bungalow, which is normally kept for ministers and others, not a first-time MP, it only confirms one thing, that the Aam Aadmi Party practices political duplicity. This entire fight is about all the trappings of power. I want a bigger bungalow. I want a sheesh mahal for myself. I will spend public money for my own benefit. Their focus was never to serve the people.
The opposition has backed the AAP MP.
जिस तरीके से राघव चड्ढा को पहले डिस्क्वालीफाई किया गया पार्लियामेंट से, फिर उनके घर को लेकर उनको विकेट करने को कहा है, ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। ये उसी क्रोनोलॉजी है जहाँ पे जो लोग विपक्ष में रहकर बुलंदी से अपनी आवाज़ उठा रहे हैं, उनको सिलेक्टिव टारगेटिंग करना, सस्पेंड कर दें, फिर आप उनके घर ले लें, तो ये गलत है।
Raghav Chadha is yet to announce his next move. Bureau Report, India Today.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Hey guys, what's up? Hello and welcome to yet another episode of Tech Today. I'm your host Ayush Alabadi. This is going to be an action-packed show. Techtember, Techtober, AI and iPhones. Well, there's iPhones clearly, and I just forgot about that. So wait, the entire show changes. This takes top priority. The biggest highlight of Techtember is in my hands here at the Tech Today studios. Let's begin. This year, well, what Apple has done is sort of democratize in the Pro model. So now this comes with a 48 megapixel primary sensor. In terms of taking photos, you can see some of these photos. I'm putting them up on the screen that we have taken. And here is the iPhone 15 and here is the iPhone 15 Pro Max. But that's just ordinary photos, right? While this is nice and cute, let's talk about the Pro Max. And I'm not talking about the Pro because this is the absolute supreme king, the Maharaja of iPhones this time around. And while they both have a 48 megapixel primary sensor, I think in terms of performance, this sensor does a much better job, but we will obviously test that claim in the coming days, like I said. But there's so much more happening in terms of software and hardware with this camera setup, the iPhone 15 Pro Max, which deserves a sequence of its own. the iPhone 15 Pro Max, a massive upgrade from last year's 14 Pro Max, which had a bunch of features that I loved anyhow. The action mode also gets an upgrade that no one's talking about because of one particular feature, the new 5x telephoto lens on this particular device. Now, how does that work? Well, it's essentially a new tetra prism telephoto lens, which now offers 5x zoom and 120mm focal length. But when you're shooting with the Pro devices, this is of course only on the Pro Max, but across the Pro devices, another common feature is that you can now shoot in different focal lengths, 24mm, 28mm and 35mm as well.
Battleground is heating up and our warriors are in top form. With the World Cup in sight, India is ready as we build up to India's best coverage. Join us to cheer for the men in blue. India mange ek aur World Cup, the battle of champions.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Hello, a very good morning of watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Murdani. Let's get started with the headlines in this edition first. Assembly poll dates of Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Telangana, Mizoram and Chhattisgarh to be announced at noon today. Chhattisgarh polls likely in 2 phases, the others likely in 1. Israel forces pledge ground invasion on Hamas, intensifies attack on Gaza, terror kills over 370 terrorists in Gaza. Over 100 held hostage by Hamas terrorists. Horrifying images of families held hostage emerge. Support grows for Palestine across the globe. Rallies in US, Canada and UK to back Hamas. Terror attacks cheered by Hamas backers. Global backing for Israel amid massive terror attacks. US orders to move carrier strike group closer to Israel. Terror attacks on Israel intensify. India Today is the only channel in war zone. Fearless reportage and exclusive news breaks.
That's the information that is coming out, that people were massacred, people were abducted, people were taken across. And it's only now that the army has been able to come in large number. Reservists have been called in.
Let's get you up to speed with the big story back home in India first. The battle for 2024 Lok Sabha elections is only picking speed. The dates of the assembly elections in 5 states, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Telangana and Mizoram, are going to be announced at noon today. The announcement will detail the dates of various stages of the electoral process, including the filing of nominations, polling days and the declaration of results. The polling is likely to be held between the second week of November and the first week of December. Further, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Mizoram and Telangana may vote in a single phase like the last time in 2018. Meanwhile, in Chhattisgarh, polling is going to be held in 2 phases, similar to how it happened in 2018.
मैं समझता हूं कि अब जब विज्ञापनों का सिलसिला बंद होगा और जब सरकार के धन की लूट पर सिर्फ कागज़ों में, अखबारों में अशोक गहलोत जी ने अपना महिमा मंडन जो पिछले 3 महीने से किया, वो सिलसिला बंद होगा, धरातल की लड़ाई लड़ी जाएगी। उस समय मालूम पड़ेगा कांग्रेस को खंदक की लड़ाई में कांग्रेस कहीं नजर नहीं आएगी।
5 राज्य जीतेंगे और कांग्रेस पूरी तरह तैयार है। बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चुनाव है और कांग्रेस का 5 स्टेट में चुनाव होगा।
क्या सचिन पायलट, अशोक गहलोत में मतभेद है?
कोई मतभेद नहीं है। आज अशोक गहलोत जी और सचिन पायलट जी दोनों साथ काम कर रहे हैं और कांग्रेस का जीत राजस्थान से पक्का होगा और 5 राज्य में हमारा जीत होगा।
अब भारत जोड़ो यात्रा को लेके कहा जा रहा है राहुल गांधी को श्रेय दिया गया कर्नाटक में, यहाँ पे दाल गलेगी क्या?
भारत जोड़ो यात्रा चुनाव के लिए नहीं है। भारत जोड़ो यात्रा देश का जोड़ने के लिए है और नफरत का राजनीति का रोकने के लिए, और ये चुनाव का साथ इसका कोई संबंध नहीं है। और राहुल गांधी जी इसका कंटिन्यू रखते हैं और लोगों का साथ का उनका जुड़ाव कांग्रेस के लिए बहुत बड़ी तरीके से हमारे लिए मदद होगा।
Aishwarya Paliwal joining us live from the Election Commission office in Delhi. Hemendra Sharma from Bhopal will be joining us. Devankur Vadwan from Jaipur and Sumi Rajapan from Raipur. All of these states are going to polls. First of all, I'm going to go straight to Aishwarya. For more on that, at 12 o'clock, the dates will be announced. The schedule will be announced. What we're also picking up is that because of obviously the law and order situation in Chhattisgarh, and as always is the case, Aishwarya, this elections there is essentially going to be in 2 phases. What else are you picking up from your sources?
Well, that's what, Sneha, that's what we are understanding at the moment, that there are bright chances that the elections in the state of Chhattisgarh might take place in 2 phases. All the other elections will take place in 1 phase. So from what we are gathering from the Election Commission at the moment is that from the 2nd week of November till the 1st week of December, that's what we are gathering at the moment. In about 20 days, the elections of these 5 states will take place. One of the things, Sneha, that the Election Commission this time will very keenly keep an eye on is the social media, the use of social media, because this, in many ways is the semi-final for the big 2024 elections, Sneha, and the Election Commission will now make sure that they are also gearing up for the big 2024 elections. So they will make sure that they have teams in place, especially for social media, and those things will then be replicated for the big 2024 elections as far as the Election Commission, if we talk about the Commission. From what we are understanding, in about first 10 days of December, that's when the results of the elections will also be announced.
Well, absolutely. Be with us, Aishwarya. Just coming back to you, Dev, in fact, is joining us from Jaipur. Rajasthan goes to polls. 1 state, apart from Chhattisgarh, of course, where the Congress is in power. The BJP going to be leaving no stone unturned to, in fact, ensure that the Congress faces defeat these elections. Give us a sense of what the mood really is like, and also the fact that the state is indeed they facing heavy anti-incumbency.
Well, Sneha, I'm currently present at the State Secretariat. The activity, the buzz has really picked up. The Cabinet Minister Pratap Singh Khachariawaz has arrived at his Secretariat office this morning. This is the last few moments, Sneha. In less than an hour's time, the press conference is scheduled to be held at noon by the Chief Election Commissioner in New Delhi. And before that, the ministers, the mantris of the Rajasthan government are indulging in hectic activities, trying to finish off the last few files that they could, probably put their signature on, or perhaps, have their name on to. Rajasthan elections are going to be really interesting because there can be several permutations and combinations. Will the internal tussle of the Congress, the Gehlot and the Pilot camp fighting out with each other for almost 4 years out of 5 years. Will that harm the Congress? Will the factionalism within the BJP, the Vasundhara Raje faction, the Punia faction, the Rathors and the Shekhawats of the BJP, will that really harm the BJP? Something, the elections will really tell us. खाचरियावास साहब, जिस तरह से चुनाव करीब आ चुके हैं, अब कुछ ही समय में निर्वाचन आयोग तारीखों की घोषणा करने वाला है, क्या ऐसा सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है जिसको लेकर कांग्रेस चुनाव में जाएगी?
एक नारा चल रहा है अभी पूरे राजस्थान में, कहो दिल से कांग्रेस फिर से। दिल से काम किया है, काम किया दिल से, कांग्रेस फिर से। काम जब दिल से किया है, हर आदमी को लगता है कांग्रेस मेरी है, जिसने महंगाई को लेकर मेरे लिए एक्शन मोड पर आकर कांग्रेस ने काम किया। इस राजस्थान एकमात्र ऐसा स्टेट है जहां पे राइट टू हेल्थ लागू हुआ, जहां महिलाएं जब बस में बैठती है तो 90% किराया उसका फ्री है, जहां बच्चे एग्जाम देने जाते हैं तो रोडवेज की बस में फ्री सफर करते हैं। ओपीएस लागू करने वाला पहला स्टेट राजस्थान है। 1 करोड़ लोगों को बुजुर्ग विकलांग विधवा पेंशन मिलती है, ऐसा। और आप राजस्थान के यूथ को सबसे ज्यादा नौकरी देने वाला इन स्टेटों में राजस्थान स्टेट है, सरकारी नौकरी, प्राइवेट जॉब अच्छे। ओवरऑल राजस्थान में जो पब्लिक वेलफेयर की जो हम स्कीम्स लेकर आए, उसकी चर्चा पूरे राजस्थान में, पूरे देश में है। बीजेपी बड़ा जोश खरोश के साथ खुद की एक भी उपलब्धि, अपना काम नहीं बताती है।
सर, आपने राइट टू हेल्थ से लेकर कई अपनी योजनाओं का नाम गिनवा दिया, पर 4 साल तक तो ये नहीं था कि कांग्रेस फिर से एक बार दिल से, 4 साल तक तो गहलोत कैंप, पायलट कैंप में आपस में ही लड़ाई चलती रही। सर, क्या उसका खामियाजा भुगतेगी कांग्रेस?
देखिए, ये जो आप कहते हैं कांग्रेस हो या बीजेपी, पॉलिटिकल कंपटीशन अपनी जगह चलता है और पॉलिटिकल कंपटीशन तो चलता रहेगा। ये पॉलिटिकल कंपटीशन तो बीजेपी में भी है, कांग्रेस में भी है, लेकिन जब चुनाव आ जाते हैं तब अपनी पार्टी के लिए सब काम करते हैं, क्योंकि जब पार्टी है तो लीडर है, तो सब इकट्ठे होकर एक होकर काम कर रहे हैं और कोई कमी नहीं है। कांग्रेस की वर्किंग अच्छी है, कांग्रेस की सोच अच्छी है।
पर एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज आपके सामने है पिछले करीब 25 साल का रिवाज तोड़ने का, कि जो कांग्रेस सत्ता में रहते हुए अपने आप को कभी रिपीट नहीं कर पाई है।
नहीं, चैलेंज बिल्कुल स्वीकार है ना, चैलेंज कांग्रेस रिपीट कर रही है। कांग्रेस 100% विन करेगी, जनता का समर्थन है, जनता का आशीर्वाद है और सुदर्शन चक्र वाले का आशीर्वाद है, इसलिए जीत हमारी।
सर, मैंने 2013 का चुनाव कवर किया है, 2018 का भी किया है। दोनों बार एक फेज में चुनाव हुआ था और कांग्रेस ने अपने मुख्यमंत्री पद का किसी का व्यक्ति का नाम डिक्लेयर नहीं किया था, पर बीजेपी ने किया था, वसुंधरा राजे का। इस बार वो भी नहीं कर रहे हैं, तो क्या लगता है कि खेमेबाजी दोनों तरफ है इस बार?
नहीं, राजनीति में तो चाहे बीजेपी हो या कांग्रेस हो, राजनीति कोई बहुत भलाई का काम तो है नहीं, जिसमें दमखम होगा वो राज करेगा। तो दमखम पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप में मुख्यमंत्री और ये जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर वगैरह जितने भी बनते हैं, तो कुछ स्पेशल पावर होती है उनके पास, ऊपर वाले की मेहरबानी होती है।
दमखम किसमें है इस बार? आपको मुझे याद है 2018 में आपने पायलट साहब के साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर, वो प्रदेश कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष थे, उस टाइम आप साथ में खड़े थे। आज इस बार क्या है सर? कोई युवा नेता को आपको लगता है लीड करना चाहिए या फिर एक्सपीरियंस के साथ कांग्रेस जाएगी?
अब इलेक्शन आ गए, अभी तो पंजे को जिताकर लाना है। कांग्रेस जीतेगी, सब लोग इकट्ठे होकर कांग्रेस को जिताने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। राहुल गांधी के नेतृत्व में तमाम नेता इकट्ठे होकर काम किया दिल से। कांग्रेस फिर से नारे के साथ मैदान में उतर रहे हैं। 100% कांग्रेस विन करेगी। हमारी सच्चाई, हमारी ईमानदारी, हमारा काम हमारे साथ है। लोग कांग्रेस की वर्किंग की, काम की तारीफ कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि बीजेपी जिस तरह से हमारे ऊपर पत्थर फेंक रही है, तो लोगों में राजस्थान में
आपको लगता है कि बीजेपी में वसुंधरा राजे को हाशिए पर रखा हुआ है और उसका फायदा कांग्रेस को मिल सकता है?
बीजेपी को अपने काम बताने चाहिए। बीजेपी अपने काम नहीं बता रही है, अपनी उपलब्धि बतानी चाहिए। बीजेपी अपनी उपलब्धि और अपने काम बताती नहीं है। लोगों में चर्चा इस बात की कि कांग्रेस काम करती भी है, अपने काम पर चुनाव भी लड़ती है। और बीजेपी का जहां तक सवाल है, बीजेपी तो केंद्र सरकार तो पेट्रोल डीजल की महंगाई के लिए जिम्मेदार है। इस वक्त क्रूड ऑयल के दाम अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मार्केट में $90 प्रति बैरल है, तब 100 के पार पेट्रोल चला गया, 100 के नजदीक डीजल है। और जब मनमोहन सिंह जी की सरकार थी तब $138 प्रति बैरल क्रूड ऑयल के दाम थे, लेकिन पेट्रोल 70 के नीचे था और डीजल भी 70 के नीचे था।
Well, so clearly, Sneha, the cabinet minister Pratap Singh Khachria was trying to sound really confident, but it's going to be a tough, possibly a very close fight in Rajasthan, because remember, in the last 25 years, the Congress has never managed to retain the power in Rajasthan while being in government. Will the Congress be able to do it this time around, or will the BJP be triumphant? Is something which can be really interesting in Rajasthan politics.
Will absolutely be with us. Dave, just coming back to you in a moment from now. Hemendra Sharma joining us from Bhopal as well. And like I said, Sumi is from Raipur with us. Aishwarya is at the Election Commission's office. To you first, Hemendra, as far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned, What is the BJP now looking at, given that they've been in power for a long time? They have in fact ruled the state. However, there is in fact a factor on whether the BJP really wants to declare a chief minister candidate or not before elections. Questions being raised about the popularity of Shivraj Singh Chauhan.
Well, the BJP is fighting an anti-incumbency. The BJP has been in power in Madhya Pradesh for 19 out of 20 years, and Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan has been leading the government for 18 out of those 19 years. So there's a lot of anti-incumbency, and the BJP is aware of this fact, and probably to fight this anti-incumbency, the party has fielded heavyweights. Like in the first two lists, 7 sitting members of parliament have been fielded, and also a National General Secretary, Kailash Vijayvargiya, has been fielded. So there is anti-incumbency. BJP is mindful of the fact, but BJP has got plans to fight that. That's one part. The other part is that the Congress party is trying to take solace and is also trying to divide the opposition, BJP, saying that the chief minister's role has been limited. Since the BJP has now started a campaign which is focused around Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the central theme of the BJP election campaign is Prime Minister Modi ke man mein Madhya Pradesh ke man mein Prime Minister Modi. So the Congress party is saying that the BJP has lost its confidence in Shivraj Singh Chauhan because of the anti-incumbency and various other factors, and it is because of that Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan's name is not being taken. The Bharatiya Janata Party in the run-up to the elections had tried to sort of fight this anti-incumbency by introducing the Ladli Behna Yojana, under which now 1,250 rupees were being transferred to roughly over 1.5 crore women across the state. But since the Prime Minister Modi has come into electioneering now, and those schemes are not being mentioned, so it appears that the Congress party has some advantage as far as elections is concerned.
All right, Hemendra, I'm going to in fact ask you to be with us. My colleague Preeti Chaudhary is also now joining us on that big story. Over to you, Preeti.
Well, Sneha, it's the big countdown, 5 states going into election, the big winter political gig that we are looking at, the leading up to nothing else but 2024. Let's quickly turn around to our election intelligence dashboard as Hemendra laid it out in terms of what are the X factors for the state of Madhya Pradesh. Hemendra, let's take a look and then we'll move on to Chhattisgarh. So the state of Madhya Pradesh, 230 assembly seats, viewers. What did it look like the last time around? Let's quickly take a look. Now, 230 seats where Madhya Pradesh comes into question. 2018, the results panned out with the BJP 109 and the Congress 114. But who can forget what really went down, where Jyotiraditya Scindia moved away from the Congress, making at that point of time the Kamal Nath government fall, and once again getting in the numbers, raking in it for the Bharatiya Janata Party. This is what the map looked like, and very, very interesting, because Madhya Pradesh is now one state where the Bharatiya Janata Party has given tickets to all the top contenders. 7 cabinet ministers, 7 sitting MPs where Madhya Pradesh is concerned, 3 cabinet ministers. So the big faces will be fighting it out, and even now the entire list has not been announced where the state of Madhya Pradesh is concerned. So this is what it looked like. Let's quickly right now cut across to my colleague Hemendra. All right, Hemendra continues to be with us. We're going to take a quick question from Hemendra, and then we're going to move on to Chhattisgarh. Hemendra, the map of Madhya Pradesh as it looked in 2018, very interesting. Wherever the blues are, especially the Gwalior Chambal belt, that is where the Bharatiya Janata Party is going all in with the biggest faces.
Well, 2018, as you said, the Congress party got 114 seats, still too short of the magic figure. 116 was the magic figure. But Kamal Nath managed to form the government with the help of the BSP and the SP and some independents. This time around, Kamal Nath again is taking claim to form the government. He's the Congress party's face. He has been leading the Congress party in the state as well for the past 4.5 years, more than that in fact. But the BJP is trying to nullify the anti-incumbency, as you said, by introducing big names. It's just been 2 lists that have been announced. Already 3 cabinet ministers, 7 sitting members of parliament and 1 national general secretary has been fielded. So more such names are likely to come in the lists that will be announced in the days to come. Even in fact, there is speculation that Jyotiraditya Scindia might be fielded from Shivpuri. Also, there is a buzz going around. This is because of the fact that Shivraj Singh Chauhan only last week went to Budni, which is his home constituency. In Budni, he asked people whether he should contest elections or not, and if he has to contest elections, should he contest elections from Budni or not. So there is a speculation, and people are talking about it, that it is possible that Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan might not be fielded as a candidate. So that is one way of fighting the anti-incumbency and also taking the election completely to Prime Minister, fighting the election completely on Prime Minister Modi's face. That's the BJP strategy, and in the days to come we will realize and we'll see how successful or how unsuccessful this turns out to be.
Well, it's very interesting. Shivraj Singh Chauhan might not get a ticket. The election might be fought with the Prime Minister on the face. What we're also giving to understand is that Jyotiraditya Scindia in all probability will be fighting from Shivpuri. But Hemendra, stay on with me. Let's now quickly turn to the state of Chhattisgarh. 90 assembly seats, viewers. 90 assembly seats. What does it look like in the state of Chhattisgarh where 2018 was concerned? And what does it look like right now? At that point of time, the Congress had swept Chhattisgarh with 68 seats. BJP getting just 15, others standing just at 7. So this is what it looked like in 2018. Right now, how is the political chessboard poised where Chhattisgarh is concerned? Well, you've had a slew of schemes by Baghel. The BJP also countering it, but this time, once again, one thing is clear, that the Prime Minister is on the ticket in Chhattisgarh as well. In all probability, what we have been given to understand, Raman Singh might not even get the ticket. I want to cut across right now to our correspondent joining us from Raipur, Chhattisgarh with the very latest. Sumi joining us live. Sumi, can you take us through on what it seems like just about 40 minutes from now is when election dates on the 90 seats in Chhattisgarh would be announced. The Congress hoping to win Chhattisgarh again. The BJP has come up with a slew of promises, a slew of guarantees, especially on the last leg of this election. But the Prime Minister continues to remain on the ticket where Chhattisgarh is concerned. No chief ministerial face.
Yes, absolutely. As you correctly pointed out, there's not going to be a chief ministerial phase. In fact, it's going to be a collective leadership under which the BJP is going to fight the upcoming elections. And that is what the strategy by the Congress as well. The Congress is indicating towards a collective leadership. However, they have a very strong face in the name of Bhupesh Baghel, who has made sure that his leadership has outgrown his counterparts from the other states as well. And in fact, this time it's going to be a close call. The ruling Congress is trying and making it happen in the state of Chhattisgarh. They are leaving no stone unturned as far as the schemes are concerned. And in fact, they have pitched for a caste census as well. That has been the biggest poll promise so far. That has been echoed by Rahul Gandhi in one of his rallies. And in fact, it was reiterated by Priyanka Gandhi that once the Congress comes back in power, that will be the focus, that will be the priority of the ruling Congress, to have a caste census on the basis of which the policies will be curated for the tribal, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and also the OBC population. Remember this, OBC population is going to be the deciding factor, and this time women voters are also in huge numbers. In fact, this is for the first time in the history of Chhattisgarh. The women voters have surpassed the male voters. In fact, there are 30,000 more than the male voters, and certainly schemes aiming at women is going to be a very big agenda for both the parties. And as you said, Chhattisgarh is going to be very interesting this time, as anticipated that Congress is on a lead, and certainly so. Congress is certainly on the lead so far, but BJP also is slowly catching up. We've seen many tours of Union Home Minister Amit Shah and B.L. Santosh here. In fact, they have visited more than 5 times in the past 2 months. And in fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also had several rallies in which he echoed that corruption is going to be one of the agendas of the Bharatiya Janata Party. And Bhupesh Baghel and T.S. Singhdeo, certainly they are going to be at the forefront. But their animosity has been certainly a big question for the Congress. This time, how they are going to handle this animosity between both the stalwarts of the Congress is going to be very interesting. However, the BJP has already released its first list of candidates in the month of August. 21 candidates they had announced. This time around, Congress's first list is awaiting. In fact, it is still not as certain when the Congress will release this first list. However, the Congress's CWC and CEC meet is going to take place tomorrow, and in which what we are anticipating is that the first list of the Congress will be out in a couple of days, and the first list will be interesting as it will have all the VIP seats in which the VIP seats of Patan as well, in which Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel has been contesting since 1993, and this time around he has been pitted against his distant relative, his distant nephew of Vijay Baghel, and that is going to be interesting. Who's gonna get the cake of Patan and who's going to get the cake of Chhattisgarh?
Well, who's going to get the cake and eat it too? That's going to be the big question, because this is also the precursor, viewers, to 2024 general elections. So the numbers that you're looking at right now, Chhattisgarh, 90 assembly seat. Last time swept by the Congress party. Right now the Congress would hope, where the factionalism was concerned with Mr. Baghel, Mr. Deo, they've been able to bridge it by giving Mr. Deo the deputy chief ministership. Mr. Deo, as of now, is making at least optics-wise the right noises. Will the Congress chug ahead in the state of Chhattisgarh, or will the BJP pull up a surprise? Well, we're going to keep a keen eye and trust India Today to get you the latest. But one thing is clear. Going into the winter elections of 5 states, the Prime Minister will be on the ticket for the Bharatiya Janata Party. The Prime Minister's face will be the chief ministerial candidate face. Of course, not literally so, but he's going to be the one who will be asking for the votes. In his own words, he had said, this time CM candidate is Lotus, and for the people, the man on the ticket is Narendra Modi.
सत्ता भूखे कुछ लोगों के पेट में दर्द हो रहा है। मेरे परिवारजनों, विकास विरोधी लोगों को देश ने 6 दशक दिए थे। 60 साल कोई कम समय नहीं होता है। अगर 9 साल में इतना काम हो सकता है, तो 60 साल में कितना हो सकता था। जोधपुर जब दंगों में जल रहा था, तब यहां के मुख्यमंत्री क्या कर रहे थे? क्या कांग्रेस की पहली और आखिरी नीति सिर्फ और सिर्फ तुष्टीकरण ही है क्या? रामनवमी, परशुराम जयंती, हनुमान जयंती, कोई भी त्योहार ऐसा नहीं है जिसमें राजस्थान से पत्थरबाजी की खबरें न आती हो। इनकी पार्टी तो राजनीति में भी अपने ही बच्चों को सेट करती है और नौकरियों में भी यही करती है। छत्तीसगढ़ के लाखों परिवारों, आदिवासी, पिछड़े परिवार के बच्चों से कांग्रेस ने नौकरियां छीन ली है, आपका अधिकार छीन लिया है। नौकरियों तो दी नहीं, जो पहले से सरकारी नौकरी में है उनको भी कांग्रेस ने, लोगों ने लूटा है, परेशान किया है। मैं कांग्रेस को सवाल पूछता हूं, साउथ के अंदर, खास करके तमिलनाडु में मंदिरों पर सरकार का हक है। सरकार ने कब्जा कर लिया है। मंदिरों की संपत्ति को सरकारी मिलीभगत में हड़प किया जा रहा है। मंदिरों को तो लूटा जा रहा है, मंदिरों को तो कब्जा किया गया है, लेकिन माइनॉरिटी के पूजा स्थल को हाथ नहीं लगाते हैं, सरकार के नियंत्रण में नहीं लेते हैं।
So Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Telangana, the Prime Minister on the ticket there. Can the opposition, in terms of not in the state of Rajasthan, but can the Congress regionalize this election like they did where Karnataka was concerned? The Hindi heartland political landscape, very, very different than what Karnataka was. Will the Prime Minister be able to pull it through on his own steam? Let's now turn towards the state of Telangana. Interesting political dynamics playing out in the state of Telangana, viewers. Remember, only last week, the Prime Minister had made an explosive statement when he had said that KCR of the BRS wanted to join the Bharatiya Janata Party at one point of time. Who was he helping? The Congress or the BRS or the BJP. Let's take a look in terms of what it panned out, the political chessboard of Telangana in the year 2018, and it was all green. There was complete swept by the BRS with 88. The Congress stood at just 19. The BJP had just one, others at 11. The AIMIM also has a role in that, and that will come into the others. But I want to cut across immediately right now to my colleague Naga Arjun, who's joining us from Karnataka. Naga Arjun has moved bag and baggage to the city of Hyderabad in Telangana. Naga, take us through what can we expect. The BRS 2018 had swept the polls, but this time the Congress on a fillip of sorts.
Well, true, Preeti. In fact, it's completely a different situation here in Telangana compared to what we are looking at the rest of the 4 states in northern India. Here, it's a three-way fight, right? It's this Congress, this BRS, as well as BJP. And Prime Minister making such explosive statement has led the cat among the pigeons as to how do the people realize? Do the people have to realize that BRS is close to BJP? Or should people, especially the minority voters, should they move towards Congress? Should they move towards MIM? Because most of them voted for BRS in the last elections consolidatedly. And that has created some ripples in the political circle here. People are talking about that statement by the Prime Minister, while what we are assuming is that after the GHMC elections, we thought BJP was fast moving towards either becoming the principal opposition or forming the government 2 years back. While the time passed, the momentum has collapsed is what people are picking up. The Congress somehow has picked up in the last 3 months, largely because of the win in Karnataka. We have seen DK Shivkumar coming here and camping for a few days as of now. The Congress has planned a bus yatra with Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi. On the other hand, the BRS is also quite prepared. They have announced 115 candidates already. The candidates are on field for the last 1 month and working for the elections. And on 16th October, they would be putting out the manifesto, and much more than the Congress guarantees is what the BRS is hoping. So the fight is between BRS, BJP and the Congress. Of course, MIM is in the race, but in the old city of Hyderabad and Hyderabad parliamentary constituency. So all around, there will be a good fight is what we are told. BJP and Congress are yet to announce the tickets. By 13th or 14th is when we are mostly hearing the list to be out.
Well, by 13th or 14th, we're mostly hearing the list to be out, and the same goes in for the state of Telangana, Chhattisgarh as well. Naga Arjun, appreciate you joining us. What we're going to do is quickly, viewers, take a look. This is what the 119 assembly looks like where Telangana is concerned. In 2018, swept by the BRS. This time around in the hunt, the BJP, the Congress, word coming in that there could be a fillip for the Congress of sorts. Will the Congress capitalize on that, especially coming in from Karnataka to Telangana with their guarantee card? We're going to keep a keen eye, get you the latest, what goes down, where the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned in the state of Telangana. All of that, the analysis, the deep dive, the numbers, the ground reports. You'll only see it on India Today. A quick break. Stay with us. We are back with the numbers and, of course, counting down for the assembly election dates to be announced on all 5 states. There's Mizoram as well. Quick break.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company. You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
शिवसेना हमारी नेचुरल एलाय है, राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस ये हमारी पॉलिटिकल एलाय है।
इलीगल सरकार बैठी हुई है, वो सत्ता में जयते हैं। अगर सत्य बोलो तो डराते हैं, धमकाते हैं। ऐसे देश नहीं चलता है।
राष्ट्रपति शासन लगाने का आइडिया ही शरद पवार जी का था।
No question is going with me.
In 2022 June, the NCP MLAs, all 51, our desire at that time was to join a BJP-led government in Maharashtra.
All the allegations made against the NCP were politically motivated.
is rapidly changing with new power ingredients making way. For instance, retinol can soon be passé probably thanks to bakuchiol, which does the same job as retinol with minimal side effects. Even Deepika Padukone stabs it. Retinol is not well tolerated by many, causing intense sensitivity to some. Bakuchiol, on the other hand, can be called retinol's gentler cousin, which is natural, less irritating, and a vegan alternative. Deep exfoliating scrubs are now replaced with peeling pads with glycolic and salicylic acid, which is Dermat approved. I tried them and found them even better than the in-clinic peels. FCL, for instance, is specially formulated for the Indian skin.
You know, acid pads don't suit every skin. You have to take advice, professional advice, before you start using them, because some skins just react to them. And if it suits you, I think once in 2 weeks is good enough, not more frequently than that.
Natural is overrated. Everything natural is not good for your skin. Even poison ivy is natural. Does that mean you start applying or having it? No, right? If you are trying to look at natural options, look for products that are of medical grade that contain only pure, high-quality ingredients that are natural but far more concentrated to help treat and heal with myriad skin concerns. My personal favorite is vitamin C serum and an active serum that treats the skin well.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
The upcoming festive season also means massive discounts and sales by e-commerce giants Amazon and Flipkart. Both have teased their mega sales but have not announced the dates just as yet. What also accompanies these sales are massive logistical efforts to ensure products reach customers on time. BTTV's Karishma Sudani visited an Amazon fulfillment center in Bengaluru and spoke to the company's operations VP, Abhinav Singh.
It's an army of Amazon team that's working right there. Tell me what exactly happens once a consumer clicks the buy button, the kind of processes that go on.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. When you click buy, the first thing that happens is we figure out which is the best place to fulfill your order from. Right, Right now you're staying in Delhi. And if you're a Prime customer, which I hope you are, you would then be expecting the delivery of that package the same day or the very next day. So we will try and make sure it gets fulfilled from a customer fulfillment center very close to you in Delhi or on the outskirts of Delhi. That decision is happening real time. So before you get to the promise page, there is an inventory check being done to decide where to put the order. Once you have decided to buy, there is an order drop, we call it, but basically an electronic signal goes to the fulfillment center and onto people's devices so that they can go and pick your order. From there, it goes to the packing station. On the packing station, we use machine learning algorithms to determine what is the right box size to send the stuff to you in. If you've ordered 2 things, which is the best box to fit those 2 things in and yet not send you a box which is big and harmful for the environment. By the way, a quick segue, you would have noticed that all the packages coming from a fulfillment center are 100% paper. We eliminated single-use plastic 2 years ago, and recently we have moved all our packaging to paper packaging.
You are watching India Today. Powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Welcome back, viewers. 30 minutes from now, the Election Commission will announce the poll dates for 5 states. The big winter elections are coming up. The state of Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Telangana, Mizoram, all going into elections in less than a month and a half from now. Well, this is the precursor to the big gig of 2024, and this time around, where it comes down to the contest, one can clearly say that it's going to be a multi-starrer versus a superstar. Why do I say that? Because for the Bharatiya Janata Party, they have the Prime Minister on the ticket, while the Congress would want to regionalize the election. They have other regional satraps, Mr. Gehlot, Sachin Pilot in the state of Rajasthan, Kamal Nath, Digvijay Singh. Of course, Kamal Nath is going to be the CM face where Madhya Pradesh is concerned, like Mr. Baghel, where Chhattisgarh is concerned. It does seem Mr. T.S. Singhdev has taken a bit of a backseat. But having said that, we're going to get you the analysis right here. But let's turn to our election intelligence dashboard and turn towards the desert state of Rajasthan, which saw a fair amount of tumultuous politicking in the last 6-7 months, where the incumbent government Congress was concerned, between Mr. Gehlot and Mr. Pilot. But let's look at what went down in 2018. What the Congress would hope to do, viewers, is possibly repeat this trend, which is to buck what has been the norm for the state of Rajasthan, which is that any government successively will not come into power. Mr. Gehlot, Mr. Pilot, the Congress would be hoping to buck that trend. Of the 200 assembly seats, the BJP had stood at 73, the Congress at 100, others at 27. In terms of vote share, let's break it down. The Congress 40%, 39% for the BJP, others stood at 21%. Let's cut across back to my colleague Dev Ankur Vadhavan, who's joining us for Jaipur for the latest coming in where Rajasthan politics is concerned. Dev, the Prime Minister's face once again on the ticket. There was a fair amount of chatter whether Vasundhara Raje's name would be announced. That didn't happen. There are other contenders, Gajendra Shekhawat, Satish Punia, but the Prime Minister is going to lead the BJP in this election. And where the Congress comes into question, till now it does seem it is Mr. Ashok Gehlot who will be leading the Congress into this election.
Oh, absolutely. Preeti, if you remember, around 6 months ago, I had mentioned that Vasundhara Raje will not be projected as the Chief Minister, given the kind of infighting. You know for a fact that the Punia camp, the Shekhawat camp, the Rathore camp, and of course the Vasundhara Raje faction, too many factions within the state BJP, and perhaps the leadership thought that the best possible solution to this factionalism is to not project anyone as the party's face. The party, in fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has, clearly stated, set the ground rule, mentioning that Kamal ka phool hi chehra hoga Bhajpa ka is Vidhan Sabha chunav mein. So it is quite clear, Preeti, a collective leadership fight against Ashok Gehlot government, point out the lacunae that has been there allegedly during the Ashok Gehlot rule, the issues of corruption, the crimes against women, the paper leak. Paper leak is a major issue, Preeti, which has affected lakhs of almost 25 lakh students, candidates who have been affected over the last 5 years. And if you multiply them, because they have their family members with them, now imagine the kind of traction that this kind of an issue can have. But internal politics perhaps will overshadow what will the Congress be able to do in these elections. Remember, Sachin Pilot has been an aggrieved person for almost 4 years. He was not made the Chief Minister, Preeti. Now, whether his members, his supporters, his people, his loyalists on the ground really mar the chances of the Congress, Preeti. You have interviewed him. Pilot, is currently in Congress. He has not done a Jyotiraditya Scindia on Congress, but will he be totally involved in the campaigning for Congress? That is the big question. Will he put his soul, his heart, his blood into the campaigning? That is something which can make or mar the elections for the Congress.
Well, you're right
because, insiders tell us that at least on 40 seats, at least on 40...
Well, you know, you're right there, Dev. He did it in 2018. He thought he was shortchanged. This time around, will he be all in? But can he really be a Jyotiraditya Scindia? He doesn't have quite the numbers. And one can say he's tried. He's tried. He didn't have the numbers. But having said that, what will it pan down to? 2018, you see the numbers right behind me, majestically being walked by. Where the camels from the deserts are concerned. And it was a win for the Congress. Not a comfortable win that the Congress would have wanted, but they would have been happy with the numbers that they got. But at that point of time, with the MPs, it was very clear their choice was Mr. Ashok Gehlot. This time around, what happens in the state of Rajasthan, viewers, is very clear that no successive government repeats a term. It's been the BJP, been the Congress, been the BJP, been the Congress. The Congress hopes to buck it, the BJP hopes that the trend stays. But let's cut across right now. What we've seen is campaigning by local leadership, but Rahul Gandhi also making forays in the state of Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh. Listen it to Rahul Gandhi.
मोदी जानते हैं कि तेलंगाना के चीफ मिनिस्टर उनकी मदद करते हैं। जहां भी हम बीजेपी से लड़ते हैं, वहां एमआईएम आके हमें डिस्टर्ब करती है। पार्टनरशिप में मिलकर काम करते हैं।
बीजेपी के लोग कहते हैं कि महिला आरक्षण करने से पहले नए सेंसस की जरूरत है और नए डिलिमिटेशन की जरूरत है। यह सच नहीं है भाइयों और बहनों। महिला आरक्षण को लागू करने के लिए विधानसभा और लोकसभा की 33% सीटें महिलाओं को आज दी जा सकती हैं, मगर इन्होंने बहाना बनाया है। ये चाहते हैं कि महिला आरक्षण 10 साल में लागू हो। हम चाहते हैं कि महिला आरक्षण आज लागू हो। जैसे ही रिमोट कंट्रोल दबता है, एक तरफ अदानी जी को बंबई का एयरपोर्ट मिल जाता है, फिर से दबाते हैं, अदानी जी को रेलवेज का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट मिल जाता है। आपने 5 किसानों के कानून, काले कानून बनाए, उसमें उनको फायदा देने की कोशिश की। तो मैंने उनसे पूछा, नरेंद्र मोदी जी, आपका रिश्ता क्या है? उनके हवाई जहाज में आप जाते हो, रिश्ता क्या है? जवाब मिला, मेरी लोकसभा की सदस्यता रद्द कर दी। जितना भ्रष्टाचार बीजेपी के लोगों ने मध्य प्रदेश में किया है, पूरे देश में ये नहीं किया है। बच्चों के फंड्स, मिड डे मील के फंड्स, स्कूल यूनिफॉर्म के फंड्स चोरी किए।
Back to the state of Chhattisgarh in terms of what it panned out where 2018 was concerned, where the Congress romped home 90 assembly seat, where Chhattisgarh looks like in terms of vote share. The Congress walked away with 43%, the Bharatiya Janata Party with 33%, others at 24%. In terms of seats, the Congress had swept the elections where the 90 assembly seat in Chhattisgarh were concerned. The Congress had 68, the BJP had just 15, others stood at 7. Let's quickly cut across to news break that's just filtering in right now. All right, key BJP meet right ahead of poll date announcement is what we are been given to understand. The Home Minister will chair this meet at the BJP headquarters before poll dates. Well, that means the meeting's going on right now, because 20 minutes from now, the poll dates will be announced. The meet to woo crucial state, Amit Shah will delegate responsibility to BJP leaders in the meet. At the back of dates being announced by the Election Commission for the 5 states in just the next 20 minutes, 12 noon, 13 minutes from now, is when the Election Commission will announce poll dates for the winter election, a precursor to 2024. The BJP is in a huddle. key responsibilities being given out. Mind you, the poll conduct will kick in immediately after the dates have been announced, and it's going to be a full campaign mode from here on. There are certain, the Congress hasn't given out its list where Chhattisgarh is concerned, Telangana is concerned. All of that will happen in the next, in the course of the next few days. But the latest that we are getting in right now is that the Bharatiya Janata Party is in a huddle, giving out key responsibilities as they chart out, map out the campaign for the saffron outfit going into a 5-state election. But let's take you back right now to Chhattisgarh. The Congress would hope it quelled the disaffection between Mr. Baghel and Mr. T.S. Singhdeo, the Deputy CM, newly minted just about 4 months ago. What does T.S. Singhdeo have to say about Mr. Baghel leading the Congress into the elections in the state of Chhattisgarh? Listen in.
We are now joined by Chhattisgarh Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. T.S. Singhdeo. Thank you for speaking with us, sir. Shortly from now, Election Commission is going to sound the poll bugle. How prepared are you, for these elections, and what is the one thing that you think that people are going to keep in their mind while casting their votes this time?
This government has established an identity for the people of Chhattisgarh. That is a very basic achievement, I should say, a sense of oneness that has been created in Chhattisgarh, which was missing. Where is Chhattisgarh? Who are Chhattisgarh people? Who are Chhattisgarhias? You come to Delhi, they would be seeking somebody in jungles. Very backward people. God knows where they are from. That was the sense of perception. We have a culture, strong roots in the people, cultural roots in the people, divergent cultural backgrounds throughout the region. So that sense of identity on which development has been built, it is a farmer majority state. More than 75% of the population is living in villages. And what has been done for the farmers in Chhattisgarh is unparalleled in the country.
Since you're going to seek mandate for the second time this time, what are the big 3-4 achievements of your government which you think are actually going to help you in getting elected again?
There has been talk time and again of doubling farm income. Nobody has done anything about it. I think except or amongst the very few states, if there are others, Chhattisgarh has taken the step of providing remunerative prices for farm produce in Chhattisgarh. We lead the country. The Prime Minister, for example, comes from Uttar Pradesh. In Uttar Pradesh, there is no paddy purchase at the minimum support price. And paddy there is selling at about 12 to 1300 rupees a quintal. This year in Chhattisgarh, we'll be purchasing paddy. 1st of November, we'll be purchasing paddy at 17 rupees short of 2800. Doubling farm incomes. Talking is one thing, doing is one thing. It's a big flow out from the exchequer. It's not a small amount that goes out. About 1,80,000 crore rupees have been given to the people directly through DBTs in these 5 years. So that is the basis on which we will be approaching the people.
Sir, you also Deputy Chief Minister, you're responsible for running the state affairs. Rahul Gandhi and Congress Party has been constantly speaking about caste census. Are you going to translate, once the results are out of caste census, into proportional reservation? Are you going to increase the reservation, especially for tribals who live in large numbers in your state?
Tribals in the scheduled caste already have proportionate representation.
Are you going to increase, sir, as per their population numbers?
It is constitutionally as per their population numbers. The caste census last that was done in the country was in 1931, when the Britishers were governing the country, ruling the country. Then in the UPA government, it was conducted, but the NDA government which came in did not release the figures. So it is.
Well, at least one thing that you can see, that the Congress has been able to quell the disaffection or the factionalism in Chhattisgarh. With T.S. Singhdeo, the newly minted deputy, saying Baghel is our leader. We're going to get down to that, but also the state of Mizoram with its 40 assembly seats going into election this December 2018. This is what it looked like, where the Bharatiya Janata Party of the 40 had swept 27. All right, so we're going to, we're going to get you the latest on that. Leave you with these numbers. A quick break. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company. You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
The world of skincare is rapidly changing with new power ingredients making way. For instance, retinol can soon be passé probably thanks to bakuchiol, which does the same job as retinol with minimal side effects. Even Deepika Padukone stats it. Retinol is not well tolerated by many, causing intense sensitivity to some. Bakuchiol, on the other hand, can be called retinol's gentler cousin, which is natural, less irritating, and a vegan alternative. Deep exfoliating scrubs are now replaced with peeling pads with glycolic and salicylic acid, which is Dermat approved. I tried them and found them even better than the in-clinic peels. FCL, for instance, is specially formulated for the Indian skin.
You know, acid pads don't suit every skin. You have to take professional advice before you start using them, because some skins just react to them. And if it suits you, I think once in 2 weeks is good enough, not more frequently than that.
Natural is overrated. Everything natural is not good for your skin. Even poison ivy is natural. Does that mean you start applying or having it? No, right? If you are trying to look at natural options, look for products that are of medical grade that contain only pure, high-quality ingredients that are natural but far more concentrated to help treat and heal with myriad skin concerns. My personal favorite is vitamin C serum and an active serum that treats the skin well.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 27 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 30 and minimum 27 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 34 and minimum 25 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 31 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 32 and minimum 22 degrees.
all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Warm welcome, viewers. You're watching our rolling coverage as the EC gets set to announce poll dates in 5 states in just the next 5 to 10 minutes. What we have been given to understand, the Election Commission is all ready to sound the poll bugle. 5 states, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Mizoram, Telangana, all of them going into election in just the next month and a half. Trust India Today to get you the latest. The assembly poll dates of MP, Rajasthan, Telangana, Mizoram, Chhattisgarh announced any time now, likely in 2 phases. And what we have been given to understand is that Chhattisgarh polls will be in 2 phases while the rest will be in a single phase. Israel forces pledge ground invasion on Hamas, intensifies attack on Gaza terror, kills over 370 terrorists in Gaza. Over 100 held hostages by Hamas terrorists. Horrifying images of families held hostage emerge. Support also grows for Palestine across the globe. Rallies in US, Canada, UK to back Hamas. Terror attacks chaired by Hamas backers. Global backing for Israel in midst of massive terror attack. US orders to move carrier strike group closer to Israel. As terror attacks on Israel intensify, India Today only channel in war zone, fearless reportage and exclusive ground breaks.
The information that is coming out, that people were massacred, people were abducted, people were taken across, and it's only now that the army has been able to come in large number, reservists have been called in.
All right, the precursor to 2024 is going to be announced in just a short while as the battle for 2024 elections picks up speed. The dates of assembly elections in 5 states, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Telangana and Mizoram, likely to be announced soon. The announcements will detail the dates for the various stages of the electoral process, including filing of nominations, polling dates and the declaration of results. Polling is likely to be held between the 2nd week of November and the 1st week of December. Further, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Mizoram and Telangana may vote in a single phase, while in Chhattisgarh will be held in 2 phases where the disturbed areas in Chhattisgarh is concerned. That frame that you're seeing is the live frame where the Election Commission now getting all set to announce the dates, expecting to hear from them. Listen in.
Conference by the Election Commission on forthcoming assembly polls to the 5 states of Mizoram, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Telangana. I have with me the Honorable Chief Election Commissioner Shri Rajiv Kumar Ji, the Honorable Election Commissioner. I have with me the Honorable Chief Election Commissioner Shri Rajiv Kumar ji, the Honorable Election Commissioner Shri Anup Chandra Pandey ji, and the Honorable Election Commissioner Shri Arun Goyal ji. We also have with us today senior officials from the ECI headquarters. I am B. Narayanan, DG Media for the Commission. The format is as follows. There will be opening remarks by the CEC along with presentation. We will share the PDF copy of the presentation with all of you after the event is over. Following this, there will be a brief question and answer session. When you want to ask a question, raise your hand. Wait for the chance to be called to put your question. I will direct the micer to come to you. When it's your turn, introduce yourself and your organization and then ask your questions. Please keep your mobiles on silent mode. Sir, I request you to deliver your opening remarks.
My colleague, Honorable Election Commissioner Shri Anup Chandra Pandey ji on my right side and Shri Arun Goyal ji on my left, ECI officials and friends from media in such a large number, very good morning to you. I hope you had a good weekend. You were all worried that the conference may happen during weekend. So I hope you had a good weekend. And it's a good starting on Monday. Friends, as you are aware, we have gathered here today to declare the schedule for the elections to the legislative assemblies of Mizoram, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Telangana. And we have gathered here today after a significant hiatus of 6 months. We met last. And as we stand on the cusp of elections in these states, it is worth noting that these polls hold a unique significance, not only for the residents of these states, but also for the nation. We will now, after this, meet in this form for the 24 elections. In the span of 40 days, the Commission has visited 5 states, all the 5 states, and held very detailed discussions with the political parties there, with the enforcement agencies of the central government and the state government. For example, all across the spectrum, to just tell you, income tax, excise, DRI, narcotics, coastal guards, state police, banks, RBI, civil aviation, everyone, whosoever is involved in some form of enforcement for the elections, RPF, Railway Protection Force, GRP, so everyone. So what transpired, what did they tell us and what did we told them, all that I will brief you. We met the political parties representatives और उनके भी जितने सुझाव, जितने फीडबैक थे वो हम सब लोगों ने लिए. उसके बारे में भी मैं थोड़ा आपको बताऊंगा. I'll use this opportunity to brief you about what had happened during these last 6 months when we have started the preparation for the elections. मुझे मालूम है कि आप लोग शेड्यूल जानने के लिए इच्छुक हैं ज़्यादा, लेकिन इस अपॉर्चुनिटी को हम यूज़ करेंगे आपको ये बताने के लिए कि कितनी मेहनत इन चुनावों को कराने के लिए होती है. So friends, just to give you an overview, the Mizoram Assembly's term is on 17th December 23. Then all of the others in the latest by 16th of January 24. And there are total assembly constituencies, number is 679 if you total up assembly constituencies of Mizoram, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Telangana. तो जो ये 679 असेंबली कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज हैं वो पूरी कंट्री की 4200 लगभग लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबली कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज का 1/6 हैं. और इसी प्रकार से जो इनके इलेक्टर्स हैं जो 16.14 करोड़ है कंबाइंडली, वो भी लगभग 95 करोड़ वोटर्स के 1/6 हैं. सो द एंटायर कंट्री by that standard would be going to polls in almost in the 1/6 of the country's spread of the voters and the assembly constituencies. The general overview, if we were to give you, the Mizoram has 8.52 lakh voters, Chhattisgarh 2.03, Madhya Pradesh 5.6, Rajasthan 5.2, Telangana 3.17, and total voters in these states would be totaling to 8.2 crore male and 7.8 crore female voters. Very interesting fact is that first time voters in these states would be 60.2 lakhs. I would elaborate on this point little later when I come to that. But this emphasis during the special summary revision in these states has been such that we have concentrated on the enrollment of the young voters, PWD voters, 80+ voters, centenarian voters, and also the improving the election gender ratio for these states. अगर आप देखेंगे तो जो PWD हैं उसके टोटल वोटर्स की संख्या 17.34 lakhs है, which is who are also entitled to vote from the comfort of their home if they are not able to come to the polling station. Similarly, 80+ 24.7 and centenarian voters 32,410. All these three categories को पहली बार असेंबली इलेक्शंस में अपने घर से वोट की सुविधा प्राप्त होगी. और फ्रेंड्स, द लास्ट कॉलम अगर आप देखेंगे इलेक्टर जेंडर रेशियो, तो दो स्टेट में ये जेंडर रेशियो ज़्यादा फेवरेबल है विमेन का. इट इज़ 1063 and 1012, which is a very happy state. In other states also, it has improved because of the special efforts undertaking during the SSR. और इस SSR की वजह से इन सब में भी ये electoral ratio काफ़ी बड़ा है. Telangana is also very high, 9998, and so there is improvement even in the Rajasthan. Now, if you look at the inclusive electoral roll, we are emphasizing a lot. Let me repeat. जो इलेक्टरल रोल है वो पूरी तरीके से प्योर हो, वो पूरी तरीके से हेल्दी हो, इसके ऊपर में बहुत एम्फेसिस है. और ये भी मैं आपको अभी बताऊंगा कि जो एसएसआर पूरी कंट्री का है वो भी शुरू होने वाला है. सो जस्ट टू से दैट वुमेन वोटर्स, यंग वोटर्स, particularly vulnerable tribal groups, persons with disabilities, senior citizens, transgenders, सबके ऊपर में इस एसएसआर में जो इन 5 स्टेट्स में हुआ विशेष अभियान चलाया गया ताकि पूरा का पूरा जो इलेक्टरल रूल है उसमें पहले सबको शामिल करें और फिर सबको हम वोटर पोलिंग स्टेशन पे लेके आएं. So this is the effort. How do we first enter them into the roll and then bring them to the poll? So from roll to poll is the emphasis by which we are all working. So now, friends, very interesting and a special effort which the Commission is undertaking. ये जो particularly vulnerable tribal groups हैं पूरी कंट्री में 75 ऐसी कम्युनिटीज़ हैं और कमीशन ने ये बीड़ा उठाया है कि हम इनको सबको जो लास्ट पंक्ति में हैं, they are almost the lowest in the human development indices in the entire country, in the amongst the voters. So we will enroll them fully. And as a happy reporting to you, in these 4 states we have 12 PVTGs and they have been enrolled 100%. तो ये हमें बड़ी खुशी का विषय है कि 100% एनरोल हुई हैं और हम आपको ये भी दिखाएंगे कि इनको किस प्रकार से हम पोलिंग स्टेशंस में लाने की कोशिश करेंगे. अगर यूथ की बात करें तो 60 लाख जो यूथ हैं वो ऐसे हैं जो फर्स्ट टाइम वोटर्स होंगे 18 to 19 years in these 5 states. And as you are all aware, there was an amendment for qualifying dates to be changed to 4 dates instead of the 1st January of the every year. So उसकी वजह से 15.39 lakh voters are such who are completing their 18th year after the 1st January 2023. And because of this amendment, 15.3 lakh voters would be able to exercise their franchise in this election. This is the positive effect and of that amendment which we brought. And in line of that, we are also taking up to showcase that these 2,900 plus polling stations would be managed by our youngest employees so that we also focus on and tackle the youth apathy which we keep encountering in states after states. Similarly, if we come to women, as I mentioned earlier, women का जो gender ratio है वो भी लगातार improve हो रहा है. So Chhattisgarh has improved from 995 to 1012. For Madhya Pradesh from 917 to a jump of 945. Mizoram again from 1051 to 1063 gender ratio. And Rajasthan and also Telangana from 982 to 998. And net addition of the female electors, which is also a very happy state for us, is 23.6 lakhs. तो अब एफर्ट ये है कि उनको पहले हमने पोल में जोड़ दिया और अब हम उनको पोलिंग स्टेशंस पर लेके आए by providing them all kinds of facilities which are possible. How do we do that? So if you look at the inclusive and pure nature of the electoral roll since the efforts we are making after the second SSR which happened in these 5 going states, 57.89 lakhs is the total addition, and this happened. There is an house-to-house survey which is happening which happened in these states and which is also happening in the entire country in a run-up to the SSR for the entire country. Deletions were 20.59 lakhs, and most importantly the modifications. किसी का एड्रेस गलत है, किसी का फोटो ठीक नहीं है, किसी का फोन नंबर डाला हुआ नहीं है, सबके लिए 22.35 लाख मॉडिफिकेशंस और 18 to 19 एज ग्रुप में 18.37 लाख एडिशंस. ये सभी स्लाइड्स की कॉपी आपको साइड बाय साइड मिल रही होगी. These are being put on the media's website and all. So you don't have to repeat this. I am sure you are getting it side by side and it will be posted also on our website immediately. Next. Before coming to the overview of polling stations, friends, through you, let me tell everybody, all voters in the country, that the general SSR hai, summary revision for the year 24 would start from 17/10/23. Draft rolls will be published on 17/10/23. तो मेरा सभी वोटर्स से आपके माध्यम से अनुरोध है कि अपना अपना नाम देखें, अपना अपना पोलिंग स्टेशन देखें. कोई भी नाम किसी को ऐड कराना है या हमारे यंग वोटर्स को तो ऐड कराएं, महिलाओं को जिसको भी ऐड कराना है ऐड कराएं उसमें. किसी को चेंज करना है, फोटो चेंज करनी है, मोबाइल नंबर लिखना है तो लिखाएं. घर घर में हाउस टू हाउस सर्वे would be undertaken by BLOs from 17/10/23 to 30/11/23, यानी 17 अक्टूबर 23 से 30 नवंबर 23 तक पूरी कंट्री में किसी को भी वोटर लिस्ट से संबंधित कोई भी एडिशन कराना है, डिलीशन कराना है, कोई भी नाम में मॉडिफिकेशन कराना है, everybody is welcome to do this either through BLO or through the voter helpline BHA application. You can directly do this. So I would appeal through you to everybody to kindly make these changes. Friends, now coming to the polling stations, there would be 1.77 lakh polling stations in these 5 states, and of which 1.01 would have webcasting facility. We have prescribed 50% webcasting, and with a liberty to the states on the basis of vulnerabilities to increase it on their own. So this would be close to 1.01 lakh. Then all this would be monitored through the control rooms, and the number of women managed polling stations there would be 17,734 polling stations which will be model polling stations. There would be PWD managed polling stations, 621, and women managed would be 8,192, more than one in most of the constituencies. Coming to the assured minimum facilities, every polling station would have toilet, drinking water, ramp, लाइट, हेल्प डेस्क, साइनेज, सभी पोलिंग स्टेशंस पे सुविधा होगी. और प्रयास ये है कि पहले आपको पूरी तरीके से वोटर लिस्ट में शामिल करें. शामिल करने के बाद आपकी जो वोटिंग एक्सपीरियंस है पोलिंग स्टेशन पे, उसको भी और सहज और सुगम बनाएं, और उसको ये भी माध्यम बनाएं कि सोसाइटी में पीडब्ल्यूडीज, ट्रांसजेंडर, वुमेन, ओल्ड एज, सब किसी को सेंसिटिविटी स्पेसिफिकली एक थ्रू द मीडियम ऑफ द वोटिंग इट गेट्स रिफ्लेक्टेड, and entire we showcase and we put an example before the society that yes, at the polling station, when we can do this respect and the separate treatment for them, which is their due, why can't we do it elsewhere in the society? So this is our modest effort to bring this fact into the limelight. Coming to the elderly voters, as you know, in all these states also, they will have the facility to vote from their home. Form 12D 5 दिन के अंदर वो भर सकते हैं. Similarly, next, ये भी एक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है स्लाइड जो आपको दिखाना था. बहुत सी जगहें ऐसी हैं जहां पर हम लोग अंदर जा रहे हैं ताकि हर वोटर के पास पहुंच सकें. अगर आप फर्स्ट स्लाइड देखेंगे, ये फर्स्ट टाइम पोलिंग स्टेशन है. 8 किलोमीटर इससे बचेगा चलना. जगदलपुर, बस्तर, छत्तीसगढ़, दिस इज दोज एरियाज. सिमिलरली इन राजस्थान, दिस इज ऑल्सो न्यू बूथ. तो एक स्पेशल कोशिश है कि जो लोग को कम से कम चलना पड़े. वैसे भी हमारा नियम है कि 2 किलोमीटर के अंदर में हम देंगे, बट जहां पॉसिबल नहीं था वहां भी हम भर रहे हैं. इसी प्रकार से जो हमारे, मैंने आपको बताया था, पर्टिकुलरली वल्नरेबल ट्राइबल ग्रुप्स हैं, उनके लिए भी हम स्पेशल पोलिंग स्टेशंस बना रहे हैं. बफर जोन ऑफ फैन के अंदर में ये पोलिंग स्टेशन होगा, जो कि मांडला एमपी में, जस्ट दी शोकेसिंग. और अगर आप नेक्स्ट वाला देखें, पिपरिया डिस्ट्रिक्ट, नर्मदा एमपी, इसमें 165 kilometers from district headquarters, tribal dominated district. People will go, and this is the kind of rivers and all terrain they will cross. This is in Mizoram, 22 non-motorable polling stations. तो ये सिर्फ इसलिए आपको दिखा रहा है कि जो पोलिंग पर्सनल हैं वो कितनी मेहनत से, कितनी दूर में अपना ड्यूटी करने जाते हैं. और 6 महीने की तैयारी सिर्फ इसीलिए है जिससे कि सबको सुविधाएं मिल जाएं. और इसीलिए आई विल लाइक टू अपील थ्रू यू टू ऑल दी वोटर्स ऑफ दीज 5 स्टेट्स कि अगर हमने इतनी मेहनत की है तो आप भी कम से कम वोट देने के लिए जरूर आएं. स्पेशल रिक्वेस्ट टू यूथ, विमेन एंड दी पीपल लिविंग इन अर्बन एरियाज, दोज वेयर वी सी अ लिटिल एपैथी. फ्रेंड्स, आपको पहले भी ये बताया है हमने कि सी विजिल के माध्यम से कोई भी शिकायत कर सकता है किसी भी तरीके की इंड्यूसमेंट की, और जिसके पास हम 100 मिनट में पहुंचेंगे. और इसका प्रयोग में रिसेंटली हेल्ड इलेक्शंस में हमें काफ़ी शिकायतें मिली हैं और इंड्यूसमेंट रोकने में भी मदद मिली है. नो योर कैंडिडेट्स, ये हम हर स्टेट में दिखा चुके हैं कि किसी की भी अगर आपराधिक पृष्ठभूमि है तो उस आपराधिक पृष्ठभूमि वाले कैंडिडेट को अपने बारे में 3 बार न्यूज़पेपर में देना पड़ेगा, टीवी में देना पड़ेगा, और उसकी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी को भी आगे बढ़ के ये लिखना पड़ेगा कि उन्होंने ऐसे कैंडिडेट को क्यों चुना. क्या उस कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में जो आपराधिक पृष्ठभूमि के कैंडिडेट चुने गए हैं उनके अतिरिक्त कोई और उपलब्ध नहीं था. वंस दे गिव दिस इंफॉर्मेशन, इट इज फॉर द वोटर टू डिसाइड on the basis of an informed choice as to what he wants to do. Another new initiative we have taken is on the integrated election expenditure monitoring. कुछ समय पहले, और इसके भी बहुत अच्छे रिजल्ट्स हम सोचते हैं हमें मिलेंगे, और ये एक ट्रांसपेरेंसी और ईज ऑफ कंप्लायंस के लिए नया इनिशिएटिव है, जिसमें जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज हैं उनको 31 अक्टूबर तक कंट्रीब्यूशन रिपोर्ट देनी होती है कि उन्हें कहाँ से कितने पैसे मिले, और उसी के बेसिस पे उनको इनकम टैक्स की छूट मिलती है. तो पीछे देखने में आया था कि इसके बारे में कुछ सूचनाएं समय पर भी नहीं आती थी, और कुछ ऐसे केस भी थे जिसमें छूट नहीं वाजिब होने के बाद भी ले ली गई थी. तो इन सभी चीज़ों को भरने के लिए, कंप्लीट करने के लिए, नाउ न्यू IT सिस्टम हैज बीन स्टार्टेड, and in which the contribution report which is due of every year by 31st October would have to be filled. Similarly, annual audit reports political parties को अब इसी IT tools में डिजिटल मोड में देनी पड़ेंगे, और एक और रिपोर्ट उन्हें देनी होती है पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज को आफ्टर एवरी इलेक्शन, जिसमें वो रिपोर्ट 30 दिन के अंदर देनी होती है जैसे ही चुनाव खत्म हो, और 75 डेज के अंदर में फाइनल रिपोर्ट, ताकि उस इलेक्शन में कितना खर्चा पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ने किया. तो अब हमारे पास किस कैंडिडेट ने कितना खर्चा किया ये तो होगा, साथ ही साथ पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज ने इलेक्ट्रॉनिक सिस्टम के थ्रू ये भी होगा. दिस विल हेल्प in ease for the political parties to fill up these details online, and would also help us in keeping it at one place and do whatever assessment and analytics is possible in addition to housekeeping. Similarly, जो इंड्यूसमेंट फ्री इलेक्शंस का फोकस चुनाव आयोग और गंभीरता के साथ दे रहा है, उसके लिए भी एक इलेक्शन सीजर मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम इस बार नया शुरू किया जा रहा है इन 5 असेंबली इलेक्शंस में. व्हाट इज दिस? जितनी भी एनफोर्समेंट एजेंसीज हैं, हम सबको कुछ ना कुछ स्ट्रॉन्ग डायरेक्शंस देते हैं, जो मैं इसके तुरंत बाद आपको दिखाऊंगा बिफोर कमिंग टू द शेड्यूल, कि आप जो भी सीजर कर रहे हैं उसको भरिए. डोंट वर्क इन साइलोज, work in a coordinated manner, but it doesn't get coordinated often. So this system will give an access, will onboard all the central and state enforcement agencies during the election period, and they will have to report as soon as any action they take. And if they don't fill up, it will also tell us that for so long no action has been taken by a particular agency. This will also help us in compiling, do the trend analysis, do various kinds of things possible in that particular state. और आप सब अवगत हैं कि हर स्टेट के बहुत सारे स्टेट स्पेसिफिक इंड्यूसमेंट रिलेटेड इश्यूज हैं. अगर मिजोरम में इंटरनेशनल बॉर्डर है तो राजस्थान में भी वही इशू है, तो कहीं पर इंटर स्टेट ड्रग्स की प्रॉब्लम है, तो कहीं पर एक्सेस कैश और मनी पावर की प्रॉब्लम है. All that with the help of the respective enforcement agencies would get collated, and we hope would also get analyzed on a far more real-time basis, so that we can take corrective actions and we can nudge them or we can appreciate them. In this reference, we have got some checkpost established, which is in Mizoram, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Telangana, in all 940 checkposts. These 940 checkposts belong to different enforcement agencies, which is namely, by and large, police, state police, excise, commercial taxes, forest and transport. तो इन सब पांचों की जो पावर्स हैं वो अपने अपने एक्ट के अंदर में अलग अलग पावर्स हैं. नाउ व्हाट वी हैव डायरेक्टेड देम टू डू ए कोऑर्डिनेटेड एफर्ट, पूल देयर रिसोर्सेज, एस्टैब्लिश सिनर्जीज. पांचों एक साथ मिलके काम करें. और क्या काम करें? इन 940 प्लस चेक पोस्ट पर इंटरस्टेट बॉर्डर्स में दे विल कीप ए वेरी स्ट्रांग वॉच, and we have almost told them to dry up inflow of cash, liquor and drugs. आपको जब पिछले कर्नाटका इलेक्शन हुआ तो वहाँ जाने के बाद जब हम रिव्यू करके आए तो जो 2018 का सीजर था वो एमसीसी अनाउंस होने तक उससे ज़्यादा स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स ने कर दिया था. सो दिस इज ए रिन्यूड फोकस, एंड ऑल दी चेकिंग ऑफ कार्गो मूवमेंट थ्रू नॉन शेड्यूल्ड चार्टर्ड फ्लाइट्स. This we will issue the guidelines also in greater detail. ऐसी संभावना होती है कि जो पैसेंजर्स के अलावा